All right, good morning, everybody. It is, let's see here, Tuesday, February 23rd, and we are going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session?
There are none today, Chair.
All right. Well, we will be going into closed session for items number 1A through E. Is there any public comment on closed session items? We don't have anyone in the chambers. Is there anyone online? All right, and if you're calling in, you need to press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, we have public comment from Renee. Renee, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, and we'll allow 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I was on the last call, but I wasn't on the docket for the Carmel River flood. So I submitted via the website that you told me to get on the docket, but I didn't see if I'm on the docket or not. I don't know if you can tell me that.
There is one matter of significant exposure to litigation on the docket, and the comment would be appropriate for that.
Did you catch that, Renee?
Yeah, so I can comment towards that.
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. So there's been a lot of comment going around the neighborhood, and just still wondering why the flooding happened, or not wondering why, because it happened, but just wanting to address how we can fix it going forward for the most part. We finally got Mary Adams' office to reach out to us at the end of last week, and I think we have a meeting scheduled for March 11th. But I didn't know if any of the other county supervisors or our board had any other comment at this time.
Great. Thank you for your comments. We aren't able to respond today, but we will take your comments into consideration. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We do have another public comment from Samantha Avina. Samantha, you may unmute your microphone, and we have up to 3 minutes for public comment.
Good morning. I had a public comment on the Salinas Valley Promise, but I'm not sure if now would be the time. Just wanted to make sure.
Oh, so that isn't on our closed session agenda, Samantha, but if you want to join us again at 10:30, we'll have the opportunity for public comment on matters not on today's agenda.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment. We will recess to closed session for our closed session agenda items. We will reconvene back here at 10:30 and look forward to seeing you then. Thanks.
Millisecond.
All right, mic 12, mic 12. This is mic 6, this is mic 6.
Yeah, this is mic 2. Mic 2.
Clerk Mike, Clerk Mike.
Podium mic, podium mic.
This is the mic where we sit.
This is handheld 2, handheld 2.
Wireless mic 1.
Right, is everybody ready? Okay. It is Tuesday, February 23rd at 10:36, and we are reconvening. So we will call to order the East Garrison Community Services District. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Director Ruth Askew appearing in person.
Wonderful. I would like to invite Yvonne Thomas, who's the president of the Monterey County chapter of the NAACP, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have Yvonne Thomas on the line? Great. And just briefly, thanks. Hi. Yvonne Thomas is a veteran journalist, a media professional, and the founder and CEO of both Precision Creative Services and Y Golf Magazine. She's a native of Seaside, attended Ord Terrace Elementary School, King Junior High, and Seaside High School. Yvonne was the first African-American student at the University of Southern California to graduate with a degree in sports information, broadcast journalism. Her career highlights include working at ABC Sports, CBS Sports, the Los Angeles Express of the United States Football League, and as the editor of the City of Los Angeles' Department of Parks and Recreation newsletter. Yvonne is currently the newly elected president of the Monterey County NAACP, and we are so proud to continue our celebration of African American History Month by having Yvonne lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Would everyone please stand and help and join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Yvonne. Okay. We do have a Spanish interpreter today with us. Services are available on Zoom by selecting the globe icon at the bottom of the screen from a desktop computer or on your smartphone. At this time, we do not have services available for those that call into the meeting. However, we do have the closed captioning available. Could we get an announcement of the Spanish interpretation services, please?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. Si presiona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español. En estos momentos es para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today and for making our meeting available to our Spanish listeners, Spanish-speaking listeners, I should say. Are there any additions or corrections on the public agenda?
There are no additions and corrections.
Okay. We have one item on the consent agenda for the East Garrison Community Services District. Is there any board or public comment? Any board comment on the consent agenda? I don't see any hands raised. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda? I do see one hand raised. Terry Short, who is the chair of our East Garrison Community Services District. Terry, you have 3 minutes. Oh, hold on just a second here. We have one public comment on the Zoom computer, so we'll do that first and then I'll come to you next. Thank you. Okay, Terry Short.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Ruth Askew, and good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Terry Short, Chair of the East Garrison Advisory Community Services District. I think I messed that all up. Anyway, Chair out here, it's early. I just wanted to make you aware, I know staff is going to be presenting on just the informational item for the adoption of the private streets in East Garrison. And I just want you to be aware that there are concerns over the county roads in East Garrison. And so in particular, Watkins Gate. And I just want to make you aware that there are some issues that the residents are concerned with. And once we get into the second stage, I'll go more into that. But I just want to bring it to your attention that there is some issues with the speed limit increase And it's really not an increase because the current signage was placed by the developer and it was just a placeholder. So people are a little upset that it's going to go to 35 miles an hour on Watkins Gate Road. And I've heard a lot of feedback from the community. And I just wanted to make you aware of that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments today, Terry. We do have another public comment in the audience, I believe. Now would be the time to approach. Welcome. And you can walk right over to the microphone, right to the side here. Can we? Right here. Right here. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. My name is Levon Stone, a County Commissioner, Executive Director of Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network, and evangelist. I would like to know how many people are living in East Garrison in the housing that was built, because we see scores of housing going up all over Fort Ord, and it seems to be mansion-like, a very big housing, and there's so many people that don't have housing, don't have a place to stay, and we're in this epidemic or whatever, and you see people all over living in the streets, walking around, and we're supposed to be protecting ourselves with masks and distancing and all of that, but we still have all these people all over the county walking around without a place to stay. I feel like whatever the agenda is, it needs to be about what do we do for the people that we represent. And as a county commissioner, I know that most of us are not deemed important, but I consider my work very important. What I look out for in the community is for the help from the all these agencies and organizations that need to be happening. But because of the epidemic, we can't get services. And most of the people don't have a way to get on Zoom and internet services because the utility companies don't care. We're not all in this together. There's groups of you are together, and then there's us. So I would like to see some kind of consideration, especially for this, what we call it, African American Month. I don't see nothing has changed. And I've been here over 20 years, especially working very hard. And I'm not asking for a dime for our organization or for the work that we do. So we need to have more consideration. Your procedures and your guidelines and all those things need to be changed and updated to represent what is going on in this country today. Thank you.
Thank you, Levon, and thank you for joining our meeting today. I don't see any other public comment. Is there any board comment, or I'd be happy to entertain a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
I'll second. Oh, okay, wonderful. We have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Adams. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Director Alejo?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Lopez?
Aye.
Director Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Director Root Askew.
Aye. And with that, the motion carries. We will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District. I'm going to deviate slightly from our agenda here because we do have a time-sensitive guest speaker. If I could reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting on our public agenda items with a roll call from the clerk.
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
I'd like to call for any additions or corrections on the public agenda.
There are no additions and corrections.
Okay, and I would like to take item 12.1 first, since our federal lobbyist, Brent Heberly, is on a time-sensitive call this morning. So item 12.1 is the consider approval of a recommendation from the Legislative Committee to authorize a letter of support for the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. We have a brief presentation by Annette D'Adamo and Brent Heberly.
Thank you,
Annette,
Chair
I'll pass
Askew.
it. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Chair, and thank you to the board. In anticipation of the introduction of federal immigration reform legislation at the February 8th Legislative Committee meeting, the committee directed staff to immediately upon its introduction to bring consideration of a support letter for that legislation to the board. And so that legislation was introduced last week. I will have Brent Heberly, our federal lobbyist, briefly go over the provisions of the bill, and a draft support letter is included in your agenda packet. So take it away, Brent.
Thanks, Annette. So this is President Biden's comprehensive immigration reform bill that was introduced in Congress by Congresswoman Linda Sanchez in the House, and just today by Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey in the Senate. So they're identical pieces of legislation in the House and Senate. The three pillars of the bill really deal with a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants currently in the U.S., a variety of different changes to legal immigration policy, this as it relates to both employment immigration and family immigration, and then finally border security type measures. So those are the three primary components of the bill. The letter that we've presented to you for consideration focuses primarily on the pathway to citizenship for the undocumented immigrants in the country, as well as even more specifically the application to the farm worker community. So these are issues that we've focused on for many years, as you know, particularly immigration policy as it relates to farm workers. So the letter is in support of comprehensive immigration reform. I will say, just as an aside, the expectation, or I'd say the likelihood in Congress is that this bill will probably not move in its current form. It's likely to move kind of in a more piecemeal fashion. I think we're going to see separate proposals related to DACA, ag labor, farm workers, and TPS recipients or TPS beneficiaries. Those are provisions that tend to have more bipartisan support in Congress. So even though we've seen a comprehensive bill introduced, I think within the next month or so, we'll start to see pieces of this bill actually move through Congress separately. So that's a little bit of background on the bill itself. And again, you've got the letter in your packet that will, it's addressed, I believe, to Congressman Panetta with copies to our senators. And as I mentioned, the Senate bill was actually just introduced today. I should also mention Senator Padilla and Senator Feinstein are original co-sponsors of the Senate bill. Congressman Panetta is an original co-sponsor of the House bill.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for acting so quickly on this. Supervisor Alejo, who is on the chair of the legislative committee, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Askew. I think today is historic for Monterey County once again. I think all my colleagues on this board recognize that we have the largest percentage of non-immigrants than any other county in California. And we recognize that we have thousands of dreamers that call Monterey County home. We got thousands of undocumented immigrants that are the backbone to our hospitality and our agriculture industry, who have long awaited this legislation. So today, if we approve, we would be the first county in California coming out and endorsing this comprehensive immigration reform. This year, on November 6th, marks exactly 35 years since a Republican president, Ronald Reagan, signed the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, which was the most, I think, the most significant piece of legislation in 100 years. And we've been waiting for a comprehensive bill since then, and there just hasn't been the will in Congress. We hope that coming out early and showing our support, we're not only being a voice for our residents, but it's also trying to build that momentum that Congress needs to act once and for all, because 35 years is far too long. And so this certainly has brought hope and to a lot of our local residents in our county. It would certainly make their lives better. It would, give them more opportunities for dreamers rather than having to renew year after year. It would find a permanent way for them to have a pathway to citizenship, as well as our TPS residents. They're our second largest Latino population in Monterey County, the Salvadoran American immigrants in our county. So I really want to thank Annette Diadamo and Brent Heberly and all our legislative team for putting this letter forward, but it allows us to act on behalf of our residents, that we're ready. We don't want to wait any longer. This is the year to make immigration reform a reality for the thousands of hardworking immigrants that call Monterey County home. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Lopez, or Chris Lopez, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair Lopez. Thank you.
I just want to, share, I really appreciated Brent's introduction and the fact that he shared that the current form is probably not what's going to pass, but what's important today is the momentum that Supervisor Alejo was talking about, and making sure that we're supportive of the dialogue happening amongst our leaders to bring the change that we all recognize is necessary. The last time immigration was truly debated, I was in college, and I followed it every single day, the McCain-Kennedy bill that tried to make its way through. And for me, it's a passion. I know that immigration is the way my family got here. It's the way my father immigrated to this country. They gave us opportunity. And there's so many families that await that opportunity still. And there's so many different pieces that flow into the conversation that needs to happen. But I think it's a strong statement from this board that we stand here today prepared to support something that says that we know that this conversation is critical, and we support the investment of the resources in having these conversations now in the first year of a new administration to push this through, to have a conversation about what the final result will look like that fits everybody across this country's expectations and needs. Is it going to be easy? No. Does it need to happen? Yes. And that's what we're saying today by pushing this forward. And so I'm wholeheartedly supportive of this. I'm appreciative of the leadership, not just of this board, but throughout California, as we see our leaders taking positions of leadership on this legislation and others that are going to work their way through. But now is the time. We can't wait anymore. Our families need it. And so I wholeheartedly support this effort for those reasons, and just wanted to put those on the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I haven't obviously this bill's just been proposed, and I haven't had a chance to read it. But having said that, and to try to learn more whether this is something that we wanted to support, I consulted the growers, shippers, and Farm Bureau, and they're like me. They haven't had a chance to really analyze it and see it, but they, like me, support, and we've been talking for 4 or 5 years, we need immigration reform. Whether this is the best mechanism or it's going to be changed considerably, that'll come down the road. But we've been talking about this, and especially with the DACA reversal that happened. So I think all of us support immigration reform, and hopefully this is a way to bring about that. So. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll offer Supervisor Adams a chance to speak.
Thank you very much. I am supportive of this, very supportive of this. And remember when President Reagan took a very bold step back in the 80s to really move our communities forward. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of DACA people throughout my career, particularly at United Way. And understanding the shroud under which they had to operate and live was really compelling. So although we don't have all of the language, I'm very confident that with Congressman Panetta's lead and our State Senator Dianne Feinstein's lead, that this will take us in the right way. So I'm very supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add that I believe it is beyond time that we have a real actionable plan for immigration reform that honors the estimated 11 million, I should say, undocumented immigrants already living and working and contributing to our community. So I'm pleased that we're able to take this first step here, and I look forward to moving forward. Do we have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go to public comment. Do we have any public comment? If you're on the Zoom, you need to raise your hand. If you're in the audience, if you could approach the podium.
I'd make a motion to approve, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, let's do public comment and then we can come back to the board. Did we have a public comment in the audience? If you are interested, you may approach the podium.
Yvonne Stone again. Like you said, it's long overdue. And I would like to add that I don't think it should be a separate bill that recognizes that African Americans are Americans, even though there is language that we found that show that we're not really Americans because we did not elect to come here. We came here on slave ships, shackled in the bottom of ships and been treated very badly, and most of that haven't changed. We want reparations. There is a bill in the governor's office that says we need to talk about it, like they're talking about this needs to be talked about, and it's been going on forever, and we still haven't gotten there. So I think that we need to really look at these kinds of situations for all of our citizens, and especially the ones that we are losing here in Monterey County because of the lack of resources, African Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavon, for your comment. Any other public comment? I don't see any hands raised on Zoom, so we will close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation and the legislative committee recommendation.
Lopez, second.
Okay, wonderful. We've got a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. If we could do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And we finished right before 11 when Brett Haverly had to leave. So thank you so much for allowing me to move this item earlier in the agenda. And thank you again, Brent and Annette, for drafting the letter and getting it on our agenda today. Okay, we will move backwards now to calling to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Great. Could we? Are there any additions or corrections on the public agenda items?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right. And we do have one scheduled item for Water Resources Agency. Consider adopting resolution to authorize and direct our auditor controller to amend the 2021 adopted budget for Fund 111 to reallocate one full-time equivalent finance manager 2 to one full-time equivalent finance manager 3. And I believe we have a presentation from staff.
Yes, good morning, Chair Askew and Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. This is Brent Buki, General Manager of the Water Resource Agency. And Chair Askew just read the action, and I want to remind everyone that it does require a 4/5 vote, and it does authorize the and direct the auditor controller in the CAO's office to incorporate that position reallocation into the agency's budget this year. So Monterey County Water Resource Agency is a special district created by state legislation and is governed by the Agency Act. We are not a county department. The agency is responsible for developing and increasing its own revenue stream based on different rules than other government agencies. This makes us unique in the county system. To further complicate the financial matters, The agency must balance revenue and expenditures in 13 separate and distinct funds with very limited discretionary revenue. We don't rely on the county general fund. So this complexity necessitates a more skilled and trained finance manager to navigate the duties successfully. The HR department, the county HR department, agrees that the duties expected of the finance manager at the Water Resource Agency is equivalent to a finance manager 3. They certified their approval of reclassification in October of last year. This is only an administrative change of the finance manager position. It is not a budgetary change for the agency. The agency has experienced unnecessary delays and opposition from various county departments, and it's jeopardizing progress for us. We need your approval today to move forward. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, any board questions? Any board comments? Any public comment? Public comment in the audience? Nope. Public comment online? Nope. I see. We'll close public comment. Bring it back to Supervisor Phillips.
No, I think this was one of the most crucial functions. Yeah, and we did a lot to turn around this agency. We brought Mr. Buki back in from up the ranks. You think about 60% of our time we're talking about water issues, and so especially with the tunnel and CSIP and the wells and the grants and now Pajaro River, I mean they need this. So I move approval of staff recommendation.
I would like to second the motion.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Adams. Any further comment? I do have just a couple comments I need to go on record stating. And it's not lost on me that last week, Water Resources Agency was here asking the board to support a request with unrestricted county funding, and that we're now here this week being asked to support a different request using the opposite argument that Water Resources Agency is in fact a separate special district that does not rely on county general funds. So having said that, I do acknowledge that this is a specific situation that is needed, that HR has reviewed the request and the classification, and so I'm inclined to support it today. But I do need to go on record that for other that this is a special situation that isn't necessarily replicable for other county departments because of the highly complex nature of the public finance responsibilities of the agency. So I'm inclined to support this request today, but just wanted to make sure that I was on record with my comments. We have a motion and a second. Are there any further comments? All right, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, the motion carries. We will adjourn now the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. So we've adjourned that. We've already reconvened for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will step back into any, we did additions and corrections. Okay, we're on to the consent calendar, item number 2 on the agenda. We have items number 18 through 27 on the consent calendar for the Board of Supervisors. Do any supervisors want to pull any items for question or comment? Anyone in the public? Public comment on the consent calendar? We do have one in the audience. 27, okay. So we will pull 27. Okay. And I would just like to briefly make a comment on item number 23, which is thank you, which is a contract to extend our contract with our state and federal lobbyists. And I just want to recognize the significance of the need, especially this year, for state and federal advocacy, representing the needs, unique needs of Monterey County residents. This is an action that we're taking to make sure that we continue to have our needs prioritized and heard by our state and federal representatives, which is essential to continue bringing necessary resources to Monterey County. So that was just a comment. So do we have a motion for items number 18 through 26?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, I believe that was from Supervisor Alejo with a second from Adams. And we'll go to roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And then I believe we'll move on to, so with that, consent calendar 18 through 26 carries. We will move to item number 27. Was there comment on item number 27? And item number 27 is some Title 12 amendments for East Garrison.
My name is Eric Peterson, and I'm hoping that isn't the same item on the East Garrison. I don't mess things up here. But when I saw that, I'd like to request, if at all possible, that it be expanded for more than just the vehicle code to include the manual on uniform traffic control devices for streets and highways. And the reason is, when the developer was building the place, they had some problem with including legally required signs pertaining to bicycles. And I realize it's a public hearing. This would be my chance to get a word in about how basically they didn't include some legally required things. And if at all possible, I don't know if it is now because the first item passed, but if at all possible, it'd be nice to include that. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Do we have anything that the County Council would like to make us aware of before we move forward?
No, I think we could ask Public Works staff to respond at some appropriate point.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So we will ask Public Works to look into that issue and respond to us in the future. Having said that, is there any other public comment on item number 27? Seeing none, is there any board comment or question on item number 27? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Right, a motion from Supervisor Adams with a second from Supervisor Phillips, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, and the motion
Sir,
carries.
if I may, I was informed that Mr. Ishii actually had his hand up on that last item and might be prepared to respond.
Okay, Mr. Ishii, did you want to, we just voted, but would you like to comment on any additional information in regards to item number 27?
Yes, thank you, Chair Root Askew, County Council and CAO's office and members of the board. I just wanted to, we staff just wanted to comment back that by requiring the California Vehicle Code to be applied to these private streets where they are open to the public and the vehicle code applies, one of the vehicle code sections does require that the signage be California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Device compliant with the latest standard released by Caltrans. And so when we bring this item back for the second hearing, we'll make sure to highlight that as part of staff's presentation. I also have traffic staff available in case there's further questions, but that concludes our staff comment with regards to public comment. And thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for the additional information, Mr. Ishii, we appreciate it. Okay, so we've already voted on that item. I don't see any reconsideration hands raised. So we will move on to our ceremonial resolutions. We have two ceremonial resolutions on today's agenda. Neither one will be presented, but I would like to just commend Deputy Anthony Joseph Scariot upon his retirement from 24 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And commend Deputy Dorothy Thomas upon her retirement from 12 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Do we have any public comment on these resolutions? Seeing none, do we have any board comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, wonderful. I have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Phillips. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you for your service. All right, the motion carries. On to appointments. We have appointments numbers 5 through 10.2 today. And do we have any board questions or comments? Anything to pull? Is there any public comment on our appointments today? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I had a motion from Supervisor Phillips with a second from Alejo. Could we get a roll call?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Wonderful, thank you. And we do really appreciate the service of our county commissioners. It's an important way to be involved in the community and to make your voices heard and to advise the board. Next up, we have board comments. If we'd like to entertain comments from any of my colleagues, I'll go backwards down our district line. So I'll start with Supervisor Adams today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few comments to make today. I just first want to thank the Office of Emergency Services and Kelly Scanlon particularly, and all of the county staff and the agencies who presented at our 6th fire recovery webinar that we held on February 11th. These virtual meetings have been critical, really, to share information and updates on the debris removal and rebuilding process with residents who lost their homes in last year's fires. My office has been working with public works staff to understand the full extent of the impacts of the atmospheric river at the end of January. My heart goes out to everyone in the Carmel Lagoon, the River Road area, and Southern Big Sur, who were especially hard hit by this storm. We're planning a community meeting to specifically discuss the impacts of the storm in the Carmel Lagoon on March 11th. That's been requested by our community, and we are more than happy to be able to pull together all of the key players to have this Zoom meeting on March 11th. The recent flooding in the lagoon furthers my commitment toward addressing a long-term solution to this long-standing flooding problem. I'll continue to ask for my colleagues' support on the 2 major flood management projects that we're working on in the Lower Carmel River area, one being the Carmel River Free Project, the other being the Carmel Lagoon Scenic Road Protection, and then there are some other options. Of course, the pandemic is also a natural disaster that we've all been dealing with, and I've been working closely with Supervisor Phillips for some months, but more intensely these last couple of weeks with stakeholders in the hospitality industry, just trying to address the horrific economic impact they have had. It's just a very grave concern over the position in which we find ourselves now, the hopes that we'll be able to move into the red tier, that they will be able to open. And yet again, there's that fear that what if they have to close again? And that would make it absolutely untenable. Monterey County, through its Monterey County Care Small Business Relief Program, is providing a second round of financial assistance to local small businesses that have experienced a loss of revenue due to COVID-19. This program provides up to $10,000 in grant-funded reimbursement to businesses with 2 to 25 full-time equivalent employees for eligible COVID-19. And I'm very pleased that we are able to move forward on that as well. Thank you. Those are my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share a few brief comments this morning. One was I saw a letter that came through last week from county staff letting us know the results of some grant applications that we put in. And once again, San Lucas was left off the list in terms of investments from the state on infrastructure, specifically safe routes to schools for our kids. So just want to continue to highlight the need there. I know we take every opportunity we can to find outside funding, but the need is real. And when we talk about equity, I know I drum on this issue often, but as I continue to visit with the kids from San Lucas, it is still their first priority. Also talking about priorities, behavioral health. Just wanted to share with our community, the National Suicide Prevention Hotline is 1-800-273-8255, 1-800-273-8255. We had an unfortunate incident this weekend on the 101 that shut down the freeway at Gonzales for over an hour. Luckily, it ended in a successful talk down of the individual. And this morning, driving through there, I saw some bright post-its, so I pulled off the freeway and drove up and saw that local folks had written letters of support and shared that you're not alone, you are loved, there's light at the end of the tunnel, and shared this phone number as well as a text line that folks can use. So just know that we as a community see you, we hear you, and we ask that you reach out for help if you need it. We're here to help in any instance that we can, and we are truly a community and we feel your pain. So just wanted to share that thought with everybody today, and once again, just thank Randy Ishii and his wonderful crew for all their help and continuing to help us get open to help our folks get through River Road. I know that I've been in constant communication and really appreciate the professionalism and support coming from that office at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this past Friday, my wife and I got our second COVID shot at Natividad. We were supposed to go up to Sutter, up where we got the first one, and their stuff got delayed because of the storm. And my office was able to get me into Natividad. And I got to say, it was really an impressive operation that Natividad was running there. And I was asking him, they ran 600 in that morning, and they expected to do 400 that afternoon, but very professionally done. And it just goes to show that if we can get the vaccines here, that we should. And I know I share the big concern that all my colleagues does, and we've been yelling, screaming about it. But if you can just get us the vaccine that we're entitled to, this county can really get our people vaccinated and get them back to work and healthy. We had a sad thing this weekend. Father drowned while trying to save his son in the waters of Moss Landing. 32-year-old George Botello of Salinas lost his life. Witnesses said the father went in to help pull out his son and got pulled out. Some people jumped in to save the son, but they lost the father. On Saturday, it was my honor to be at a small little recognition ceremony for Mr. Jesus Alvarez. After 40 years of living and working in Monterey County, and he's here, a Castroville man, he was able to get his citizenship. It was difficult because he's deaf and unable to speak. And so the work of Richard Shields and Mr. Panetta's office and here at the Castroville Library, we were able to do that. And it was really nice. Him and all his kids and his grandkids were there. Really a nice little ceremony. I wanted to recognize a couple of citizens, Kayla and Tammy Glenn. They posted a thing, and I've seen them out there doing this before. They go out and clean up our highway out in Prunedale. And so they had their sons and daughters out with them, cleaning up the community and keeping our roads safe. And I wanted to recognize them. And finally, I mentioned it before, we're having a town hall meeting March 4th. And I have members of our key administrative staff to speak to them. One of the things we're going to address is the waste management letters that's going out. And we've received a lot, and I've talked to waste management, so we're going to have them there to discuss their issues with our public. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Along the lines of Supervisor Phillips, I want to express my deepest condolences to the family of George Botello of Salinas, who in a heroic effort in trying to save the child, he was swept out into the ocean, and they called off the search, after spending many hours trying to recover his body. So I know that's even more tragic for the family in this situation. So I wanted to express on behalf of our board how sad we feel at the loss of this situation that just turned tragic so quickly. So I also want to give accolades to all our I would say first responders who are in the front lines of giving these vaccinations to our local residents. From what we hear, we're getting good comments from the public. Just like Supervisor Phillips, I had a constituent that we had helped set up an appointment at Natividad. She said it was quick, great service from all the staff there. And so they responded by just saying what a good job they were doing. My mom actually went down to Me Memorial on last Friday and said the same as well about all the staff there. They were so professional and did such a great job. And as a former retired registered nurse, she wanted to just make sure that they were given their proper accolades also. I wanted to also give a thank you to our former colleague, Supervisor Simon Salinas, who in getting his own vaccination last Friday, came out and did some PSAs in Spanish and English to educate the public about how important it is to get vaccinated, and how he also did his own research. Despite having some doubts, he did his research and really felt confident that the science backs that these are safe vaccines. And so I hope we could get those PSAs. I know Supervisor Lopez helped set that up through Natividad, but he did a really good job in really catering a perfect message in Spanish and English to our local residents. So I wanted to just give him some props for helping us with that. And I think, oh, and then last thing I would like to just tell our residents that I know there's a lot of frustration out there, and your board of supervisors continues to fight and demand data transparency and making sure and trying to get answers on the question of whether Monterey County is getting its fair share of vaccine. I think as they're showing counties that are administering vaccines to their residents, if we had more, just as Supervisor Phillips said, we could do a lot more. We have the staff, we have the plans, we have the sites. We want to do a lot more. But the fact is that we believe that not enough of our fair share of vaccination, the lack of equity is a real issue. And so we have taken additional steps to get answers and to get the data so that we could show our residents that we are fighting tooth and nail to make sure we're getting every vaccine that should be coming to Monterey County, and that if there have been inequities in the past, we hope that the governor and the state will address those. But we look forward to continuing this effort to get more vaccine as soon as possible so that we could quickly get them into the arms of local residents who desire them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I have just a few comments today. We are continuing to host Wednesdays with Wendy, which is an online Zoom community office hour. This Wednesday, we'll be hosting a watch party of the Community Hospital for Monterey Peninsula's discussion with Dr. Blum regarding the COVID-19 vaccinations. I'd like to just send some appreciation to CHOMP for acting upon my request to provide simultaneous interpretation of the event in Spanish. For those who would like Spanish interpretation of the event, you'll need to sign up directly via the CHOMP website. Others are welcome to watch online with us on Facebook. Natividad Medical Center is also hosting a town hall to share information about the vaccination, the vaccine. And I would just again encourage anyone who has questions or is wondering about how the vaccine works or what it means or how it was developed. These are some great opportunities to learn more, to pose your questions, to get more information so that you can make informed decisions moving forward. The Safe Routes to School, the regional transportation program that Supervisor Lopez mentioned, I am disappointed that we didn't receive funds for San Lucas, but I am very pleased and excited to announce that Seaside and our Safe Routes to School program received $12 million through that program. So we're thrilled to be able to continue making safety improvements to the streets in Seaside. Also, we are hosting, these are a couple announcements for our department heads and our county staff. I am working with COPA to host some listening sessions to give county staff who maybe are isolated and don't work as directly with the community that's been impacted by COVID a chance to just spend an hour listening to some very personal stories from community members who have been impacted, so that we can keep those perspectives in mind as we make decisions moving forward. So for any of the county department heads who haven't had a chance to register for one of those, please contact my office so that we can make sure that you are included. And then also another announcement, and I apologize if there was confusion on this, but I did have been working closely with our clerk of the board, and we do have some filing deadlines to have things added to the agenda. So there have been a handful of items that have been arriving late, and I have been trying to protect the clerk of the board's time to get those things added to the agenda in a timely manner. But if everyone who is responsible for submitting items could just review those filing deadlines, do your best to get them submitted. If there is something that is of urgent nature, we will work with our staff to get it added, but it does complicate their week workflow when we're adding things at the last minute. So just wanted to say thank you, and again, I apologize for any confusion that there may have been about those filing deadlines. With that, I don't have any more comments.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, sorry, Supervisor Adams.
I do. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank
again,
you.
I'm hearing voices. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much. They could be worse. I neglected to add that with the Monterey County CARE Small Business Relief Program, that the date for applying for those grants, those $10,000 grants, has been extended to March 8th. And then additionally, just a quick shout out of thanks to Randy Ishii and all of the people at Public Works, Facilities and Parks for the work that they're doing on opening the Nacimiento Ferguson Road. Just amazing work, and I'm so very much appreciative of that. So thank you so much for letting me continue on.
Of course. And did I hear another voice in the mix? Or should we move on to
Madam
County Administrative Officer comments?
Madam Chair, just on the comment of deadlines, I wasn't going to mention.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
I wasn't going to mention anything after all today, but on deadlines, you know, all of us have served as chairs before, and we know that agenda review is always on Wednesday. It used to be at 11 o'clock when I was chair, and then the agenda, like this past week, didn't get posted till Thursday. So, you know, I had made a request on 27 hours before the agenda went out, and then all of us know that agenda items could also be added on the Friday update, so that they get posted 72 hours in advance per the Brown Act. And so I don't know what artificial deadlines are there, but you know, I hope that we're not just creating bureaucratic reasons to keep things off the agenda. I had made a request. It was a very simple. It didn't have a resolution. It didn't have a document to add to the agenda. It was only a 2-sentence addition, just so that we could recognize one of our county employees, a Latina, who did a really great thing when she documented the photo of the 2 little girls who were impacted by the digital divide and set off a national conversation on addressing this problem. For something so simple like that, when I get it 27 hours before the agenda goes out, 52 hours before the Friday update, this should not be one of those things that we make an excuse that there's some artificial deadline that none of us, when we were chairs, had there. So that I just wanted to address that, because I think we should be able to facilitate work getting done and not having some artificial deadline that was created to be a reason not to get things that have been timely submitted. They're not late, to get them on the agenda. So I hope that we could be flexible, because trust me, as chair, you're gonna have to add a lot of things, whether it's a few hours before the first agenda goes out or on the Friday update. We've all had to deal with this when we served as chairs. So it's nothing new, but county good government is getting things done and not just simply making a reason, a timeline as an excuse not to put something on the agenda when it could have so easily been added. It would have probably taken 3 minutes worth of work to add it to an agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I look forward to having that item on next week's agenda. With that, we'll close board comments and move to County Administrative Officer comments and referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one referral this week from Supervisors Lopez and Alejo, jointly asking us to create a program to access the FEMA program to cover the cost of funeral and burial expenses related to persons in our county who have passed away due to COVID-19. And we will be happy to process that request. I think originally I had it down for our budget office to take the lead, but I think I will change that to our Office of Emergency Services to take the lead on that item. And then as far as a comment in similarly to that last item on the FEMA burial expenses, we passed a grim milestone this week in the country of over 500,000 deaths due to COVID-19, officially reported due to COVID-19. And in our county itself, we've had over 300 deaths due to COVID-19, and we just want to make sure that the public is aware that it's something that we don't want to celebrate, but we should memorialize and recognize the toll that COVID-19 is taking on the country and our county. And we're looking at putting forward a memorial type event for the 1-year anniversary of the first case and reported case in Monterey County, and we'll come back to the board with details on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, CAO Charles McKee. Do we have any public comments for the CAO Administrative Officer comments and referrals?
Yes,
Don't
Madam
see
Chair.
any public comment? Hold on just a moment, please. Don't see any public comment, so I'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
No, I just wanted to make clear that it's not just to utilize the federal funding for the funeral and burial expense program. The Congress did approve $2 billion, but those were only for expenses from December 31st and before that date. The referral also asked to look at perhaps doing a local program that could help families as these tragic deaths continue, that they could help families pay expenses for any that have occurred January 1st and forward. This was something that came up because of Dr. Carissa Purnell at the Alisal Family Resource Center had been struggling to help families fundraise. That it's hard enough grieving for a lost parent or spouse, but then when you now have to scramble to find the thousands of dollars it takes to pay for funeral and burial expenses, it makes it even more difficult. And so there's been a lot of those GoFundMe pages that have gone up, but this is one of those key services for these tragic cases. As CAO McKee pointed out, we have surpassed 300 already. That it's one of those services that I think the county can create a program to help residents with this real financial struggle and helping pay for these expenses. So we hope that will be part of it. And just in terms of memorial, I know this is a referral I did, but it's going to be reported next week. But it is also in the spirit of the 300 Monterey County residents who have tragically lost their lives and the ongoing grief from their family members that we will next week report the referral just on doing a permanent memorial on our campus that could forever hold the names of all our residents who have lost their lives to COVID in our Monterey County. And I know that from hearing from family members, we would appreciate having that kind of permanent monument on our campus to never forget the names of all those that we've lost and have loved in our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to express my obvious support for this referral and hope that we can do it quickly. I too am tired of having to see all the GoFundMe's coming across our pages that are with our community members struggling to make ends meet, especially just having to say goodbye and do that at the same time. Those layered traumas are real and they will continue to impact families. And having this resource available to our community meets the spirit that I try to bring to everything I propose, which is meet our communities where they are, serve our communities where they are, and bring the services to them as their government. And I think this is one of those efforts that keeps with that spirit. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to keep our focus on efforts like these that impact our local families every single day. And so just wanted to share my feelings on it and the reason that I wholeheartedly support the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Right. Seeing no further comment, we will close that item and move along. We've already done item 12.1, so we will move on to item number 13, which is our general public comments. So this would be the time for general public comment, which includes comment on issues and items that are not otherwise listed anywhere on today's agenda. We are running a little behind today, so I'll do 2 minutes for public comment. And our California open meeting laws require that elected bodies conduct our business in open public meetings and limits our discussion to items that are included on the posted agenda for the meeting. So this means that the board may not be able to respond directly to your public comment, but we do appreciate you being here to speak to us and share with us. We will proceed with chambers first. So if you would like to speak, you may approach the podium. You may approach the podium to the microphone, and we'll have a timer set for 2 minutes. And then for anyone who's watching us via Zoom, please do raise your hand via the Zoom feature, or if you're calling in on the phone, please use the *9 to raise your hand so that we can call on you via phone. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, my name is Carlos Nito, and if possible, I'd like to ask you a few minutes after the services is all done here, because I got some important that I want to talk about, which is the Marina City. So if possible, and then at your discretion, I can make an appointment and go to your office and talk to you and clarify everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Chillis, could we follow up and make sure we have the contact information for the necessary follow-up? Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to make public comment today? We have one more public comment in the chambers. Okay, we don't. Okay, we'll go to Zoom. Nope, bear with me here. Okay, Levon, you may speak if you're interested. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes, Levon. Thank you.
2 minutes. Levon Stone, we still have, during this epidemic, we have more problems out in our community with people being evicted falsely, people taking advantage of this situation because we can't get in touch with agencies and organizations, and nobody seems to be responsible. I'm being interrupted, so my minutes should go on. We have people that are being evicted from their housing and don't have anywhere to go, and being told to take pictures of their belongings in case the landlords won't release their belongings to them. But where do they go? There's nowhere for them to go. Now, there's nowhere for them to go. And I'm sorry, but I'm being interrupted over here.
We can hear you with the microphone, Levon.
I'm trying to hear myself, too. There's nowhere for these people to go if they're being put out of their housing. The governor's office is saying it's thinking about releasing $600 for low-income people. That is not going to pay the rent. The utility companies are taking advantage of us. PG&E, hundreds of dollars for people to have their heat and their electricity. It's gone up like crazy. The internet services like AT&T and all the others are taking advantage of us, and we can't get any action on anything because they say it's all COVID. We got people working for home. At least they're getting paid from the county and a lot of the agencies. And when you call them,
but we're out of time for this public comment. But thank you very much, and we
you're
can
out
follow
of
up
time.
with you.
But I had to stop because I was being interrupted back here.
Okay. I'd be happy
Okay.
to
What I
follow
want to
up.
know is I wanted the information for the grant. I want the information for where people go when they can't pay their rent. What are the legal help that people need to receive, and who do they go to? We need those sorts of things. I need to have that information for the public.
Thank you, Levon. Thank you for your comment. Okay, we're going to go. Is there any other public comment in the audience? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom. And I see we have Kevin Dayton. Kevin, this is still public comment. We're not quite to the item that I know you're here to speak on today, but we'll give you the chance to make public comment. You'll need to unmute.
About an item that's not on the agenda. What?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did want to speak on an agenda that's on items that are not on the agenda. I'm a resident of Monterey County, and I wanted to praise Monterey County and the Board of Supervisors. I saw this week on both the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors meeting agendas that all of a sudden they've discovered that they need to start doing a coordinated outreach to disadvantaged communities to try to tell them to get vaccinated. And I saw that and I said, well, Monterey County Board of Supervisors handled this back in December. And you remember approving the $5 million at that time from the cannabis taxes and in revenue to fund that, and having the Community Foundation for Monterey County coordinate that outreach to those communities. So you were 2 months ahead of some of these big, major, influential counties in doing that. And that's something that you should be given credit for. Actually, we've had Dan Baldwin of the Community Foundation for Monterey County speak to the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce Government Relations Committee, and we're inviting him to speak before the Monterey Peninsula Government Affairs Committee. This is an important task where you've coordinated these 50 or more entities to try to overcome the obstacles that you find out there about getting vaccinated. So I wanted to let you know, since you don't hear good praise too often, that I'm impressed with what Monterey County did, and you're well ahead of big time counties in doing this outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate the positive comments. Samantha Avina, you have the ability to unmute yourself and share 2 minutes of public comment. You will, oh, there we go. Okay. Hello, Samantha.
Hello, my name is Samantha Vina, and I'm a concurrent student at Hartnell Community College, and I'm in my last semester before I plan to transfer out. I wanted to say a quick thank you to the Board of Supervisors for supporting the Salinas Valley Promise at Hartnell College. And while I initially did not intend on applying to community college, I learned about the Salinas Valley Promise, and I decided it was an opportunity I could greatly benefit from. During my last semester of high school, I met with a Hartnell guidance counselor who explained the Salinas Valley Promise benefits, and I ultimately felt it was the right fit for me. Because my parents had recently had my little sister attending a four-year university right after high school would have placed a tremendous financial burden on my family. The Salinas Valley Promise has paid for 2 years of tuition and guided me in receiving 2 associate's degrees to transfer in business and economics. Additionally, staying at a community college has allowed me to continue caring for my sister while my parents work. Overall, the Salinas Valley Promise has provided me with financial assistance, mentorship, and helpful counselors, which have enabled me to succeed. My experiences with the Salinas Valley Promise are part of the reason why I signed up to be a mentor, and hope Monterey County will continue to support the Salinas Valley Promise program in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and we will move on to our 10:30 scheduled matter, which is item number 14, receive a 2020 annual report on the implementation of the MOU between the City of Salinas and Monterey County regarding mutual planning and implementation of government services and facilities in downtown Salinas, and give direction to staff to return with an updated MOU by June 30th, 2021. I believe we have a presentation from Melanie Beretti. And Melanie, I'll just note the time. We try to break at 12. It looks like we probably will go a little over that, but just keeping the time in mind. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. I will be very brief. You can ask questions if I go over things too quickly. Give me a moment so I can share my screen. Thank you. So again, I'm Melanie Beretti with the Housing and Special Programs Services Manager with the Housing Community Development Department. Also available on the line today is Lindsay Larabel, Chief of Facilities with Public Works Facilities Parks. She can answer any questions that you may have for any items related to this. So this is an item to receive the annual report on the MOU between the City of Salinas and the county regarding our downtown facilities, as well as direct staff to return with an updated MOU. So I just wanted to give the board and the public a very high level review of this memorandum of understanding between the county and the City of Salinas. We originally, the first MOU we did in 2012, really focused on actions regarding mutual planning and understanding for actions regarding the government center planning and implementation strategy. In 2016, that MOU was updated and extended, which incorporated the City of Salinas' Downtown Vibrancy Plan for revitalization of the downtown Salinas. Unintentionally, that 2016 MOU expired this past October. However, staff does continue to meet with the City of Salinas, and we are coordinating on updating a draft MOU, which would return to, which we would bring back to the Board of Supervisors and City Council by June. This is largely to allow additional time for the city and the county to work with new staff and new leadership in the update process. Very high level accomplishments over this last year. We were able to make, so again, I indicated we continue to meet monthly, not just on items pertaining to the downtown MOU, but generally on a broad range of coordination items between the city and the county, including housing, homelessness, developments at or near the border between county and city jurisdiction. We made some good progress expanding, relocating jury and county employee parking to Lot 17. The county is underway for the planning process for temporary parking at Church and Gavilon, as the board is familiar. The city was able to get well underway and plan completion of a couple of projects, the Main Streetscape and Downtown Complete Streets projects, which are both planned complete in the first half of this year, 2021, and really focus on traffic improvements and safety for bike and pedestrians in the downtown area. In addition, the city was able to relocate its downtown police department, which has freed it up to really look at doing a study and rezoning for the redevelopment of its Lincoln Avenue corridor to support housing and mixed use development. I did want to alert the board and the public that they are working on that zone change and general plan amendment, which is anticipated to be completed in late 2023. This would facilitate up to about 500 housing units in the downtown area, as well as 125,000 square feet of commercial uses. The public review draft initial study, mitigated neg declaration, is anticipated to be available this spring 2021. So again, what's before you today is just receiving the 2020 annual report for activities related to the MOU between the county and City of Salinas, as well as directing staff to continue to work collaboratively with the city staff to prepare a comprehensive update for the MOU to guide the continued city and county coordination related to parking solutions, housing, and use of city and county-owned facilities in the downtown Salinas area. So again, myself and Lindsay Larabel are available for any questions or comments if the board has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie, for the presentation. Do we have any board questions? All right, is there any public comment on this item? I see one hand raised. If we could give Kevin Dayton, and we'll just stick with our 2 minutes today. If we'll do 2 minutes for Kevin Dayton to comment, please.
Yes, Kevin Dayton.
Perfect. Please proceed, Kevin. Thank you.
Yes, Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Director for Salinas City Center Improvement Association. I am speaking because We are appreciative in the Downtown Association of all the coordination that you can see done in the list of accomplishments in proceeding with the Downtown Vibrancy Plan. If you look at the report closely, you will see some of the more challenging elements of the Downtown Vibrancy Plan seem to have been dangling out there for many years without any progress being done on them. And I think sometimes with on the difficult issues, perhaps they are set aside on other issues, and sometimes these items are forgotten. So any efforts that the Board of Supervisors can do to make sure that some of those long-term items are advanced, I think that would be very helpful. We've got a great relationship with City of Salinas staff. I will admit that our relationship with key county staff perhaps isn't as strong, and that's something that Salinas City Center Improvement Association needs to work on. But I think, you know, a little more focus from the board on some of these more difficult items in the long run would be helpful. You've probably noticed there's a lot of great things happening with downtown and the Downtown Vibrancy Plan. And I remember a few years ago, people cynically saying this is never going to happen, and much has happened. And I think there's potential for more. So thank you for your interest in this memorandum of understanding.
Thank you, Kevin. I don't see any other public comment on this item, so I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board, and we do have two supervisors with hands raised. We'll start with Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think this is important that we work with the City of Salinas. We're the biggest tenant into the city, and you know, for years and years and years, I've been coming to that campus in some form, in some job, for 40 out of the 50 years I've been here, and most of the time, it was like cats and dogs. Anything we wanted to do, the city wanted to do something different, and vice versa. And in the last 7 or 8 years, I think we've started working much better together. But for years we didn't. We've been talking about a mutual parking garage for years and years and years, and have gotten nowhere. Supervisor Leo was talking about the Alisal Road, and the people have been hit there. I've probably seen 5 or 6 people hit there during my years on the campus, and we've yet to put the right safety things into place. So I think it's really critical that we work with the City of Salinas, and we're doing much better than we ever did before. You see with the animal facilities coming together, our share structure. So I think there is, but it's we got to work at it. And so I'm enthused about the progress we're making. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, I wanted to express my support, my strong support for this, and I certainly would encourage our county staff to forge a closer relationship with the Salinas City Center Association, City of Salinas. I know they've already been doing that, but there's always more we can. It's an exciting time in Salinas for a lot of reasons, but certainly the city has done great trying to move forward an Alisal vibrancy plan, and now the plan for Salinas City Center. I still like calling it Old Town, but prior to the pandemic, as a supervisor, I was there frequenting Old Town. I liked hanging out. I liked eating and dining there, listening to music venues. It was great, and there's been some visionary people such as Jeff Taylor Farms that have invested and really helped been part of the revitalization. But now you see the construction going on now, and it's just like that next chapter of good work being done. So this is an exciting time where the county can help facilitate and be part of supporting these important efforts. The mixed-use housing is certainly the way to go, and helping revitalize former shopping or financial shopping districts for cities. It's the way to bring those back to life and really create the right synergy. We have, as part of TAMSI, we also have exciting projects happening at the rail yard. As we saw that just a few blocks away. I think just in terms of the question of parking, we need to relook at some of those sites of how they could be better utilized. They are close by, but they seem to be underutilized in terms of providing parking to potentially some of these projects. But these are all part of the conversations that should happen of how we could be more strategic with limited resources that we have in local government these days, but also be supportive of getting some of these housing and economic development projects off the ground, because if it's a win for Salinas, being the largest city in the Monterey Bay, it's a win for our county and for the regional economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. I couldn't agree more. Supervisor Adams? Oh, Mary, you're muted. You need to unmute and start over. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Just a question and then a comment. And I'm just curious, with Carl Holmes' resignation, which county staff are attending the meetings, and who specifically will be working on this?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. So county staff, there's a group of county staff that meet with the city that covers, there are representatives from Public Works, Facilities, Parks Department, Chief of Facilities, the Director, and others, high up management in that department. For Housing Community Development Department, our Chief of Planning, myself, as well as our housing program manager, Anastasia Wyatt, attend the majority of all the meetings. Again, the meetings that we coordinate are not just on the downtown items, we coordinate on a whole range of topics. And then there are also representatives from the Environmental Health Bureau who will also participate, and on occasion other departments as well that participate on behalf of the county.
Matter, essentially.
Correct.
Great.
The key points for Housing Community Development Department are myself and John Dugan, who continues with the department in that role as well. So we're the key points of contact for this MOU and other kind of downtown and MOUs with the city of Salinas.
Thank you very much for that. And sort of following up on Supervisor Phillips's comments, I remember the relationships between the city and the county being so difficult that in my prior role at United Way, I was asked to come in and broker a meeting between the then mayor and the then chair of the supervisors. So believe me, we've come a long way. And I'm so very thankful that we have a really good staff that are working on this now. It all depends on personalities in many ways. And I think we have the right people in place at this time. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll make a few comments, and then I think our CAO, Charles McKee, had some comments to add. This MOU is about a decade old, and I think that it served an important purpose for creating, giving everyone a chance to come together for discussions and shared interests around downtown-related issues. The city and the county don't only overlap in the downtown area. So I just want, as we're talking about giving direction, I do think that having an MOU that is specific to the downtown planning is important. So as we move forward, I would like to keep this particular MOU focused on the downtown area. And I also want to just, as we're moving forward with the bringing back a new MOU by June 30th, I think that there could be value in forming an ad hoc committee of this board to work with some electeds from the city of Salinas so that we can have a little more in-depth conversation about how to craft the vision for the next 10 years that an MOU would guide us forward on. I did have a chance to have a conversation with Mayor Craig and Councilmember McShane, both of whom are interested in working with an ad hoc committee of this board. So I'm thinking that given the District 2 overlap with the intermodal transportation projects being done through TMZ, and being that District 4 does overlap quite a bit with most of the downtown area, I would like to suggest that we form an ad hoc committee consisting of Supervisor Phillips and myself to work in partnership with staff and city electeds to help bring together some recommendations that could come back to this board for consideration with an MOU to move forward. Let me take it over to Charles McKee for any comments, and then we'll come back to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate that there are a lot of county staff working on issues surrounding projects and relations and matters connected to the city of Salinas. Melanie and Lindsay are big parts of that. And so they'll keep doing that. And we have more than one MOU with the city, from what I understand, covering different areas. And so updating those and moving forward in a way that is more modern might be helpful. And I just want to let you know also that I have regular meetings with the new mayor, Mayor Craig, and their new city manager, Steve Kerrigan, on this and a variety of other issues, and we're making a lot of progress. So I'd just let you know that we are working on different things, and we have very good relations going on at this time.
Thank you, and thank you for being a part of the positive relationship. I think we may not always agree on everything, but being able to continue the dialogue and keep the conversation open, I think, is really important. Supervisor Alejo.
Two things I just wanted to comment on. My district represents most of the city of Salinas, the city limits of Salinas. So I get it's your prerogative, Madam Chair, to choose who you want that kind of ad hoc committee. But my district encapsulates most of the city limits. But I respect your decision. The other comment I would like to make that NMOU should not only focus on the downtown, because there is the other area, East Salinas, which is the most highly densely populated area of the county. The city moved forward to create that LSL vibrancy plan. Also the Market Street area, which is another proposed area for redevelopment in the city. But there is an outstanding referral about the former youth center. And now with the completion of the juvenile hall, the referral was being held off because we were going through all the construction issues, but now that's almost complete. But it really raises the potential of another important area that could be put to other community uses as the numbers of incarcerated youth have gone down. There's a potential to consolidate the youth center into the new juvenile hall facility, and perhaps relooking, going back to that referral and relooking at the use of that campus where the youth center stands now, and partner with the city of Salinas. The conversations have already taken place since then, with the Teamsters, with the city's property there, and then the county's property, that there is something potential that could really bring more community resources, but also potentially housing and recreation and other needs for East Salinas. So that should be another key focal point of an agreement with the city of Salinas, because the proximity of our properties, we have a lot of good ideas that could come out of that. And so this is the right time to discuss that and move that referral forward now that our juvenile hall is near completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And I'll put it out there. I think if there's support for an ad hoc committee to form, I'd be happy to work with you or Supervisor Phillips, depending on. I was just proposing that for conversation. And the other question that you raised, maybe CAO McKee, can you so you mentioned that we have other MOUs with the city. This MOU had been regarding the mutual planning and implementation of multi-agency campus-style government center located in downtown Salinas, and looking at the area in and around downtown Salinas. So I hear Supervisor Alejo suggesting that maybe we create an MOU that is all-inclusive, or the other option would be giving direction that we move forward to update this MOU, which does focus on downtown Salinas. And I guess those are two different sources of direction that we would be providing, or two options for direction today. Are there other MOUs in place?
I can't recall exactly how many there are. If other than that, Melanie, of course, is the keeper of that knowledge. Melanie?
Yeah, if I may. So we do also have a Greater Salinas area MOU with the City of Salinas. And what I was going to offer is what staff can do is go take a look at the two existing MOUs based on what we heard today about that focus on East Salinas, Market Street, LSL, et cetera. and we can see if it looks like it could be appropriate to incorporate those elements into one of the existing MOUs, or if it might be appropriate to look towards establishing a separate new agreement. We can also bring that up in our upcoming meeting with the City of Salinas staff. So we're happy to go back and look at that to see if there's an existing venue or if it might make sense to look towards a new agreement of sorts.
Okay, thank you. I saw Supervisor Phillips, you didn't raise your hand, but you leaned forward. Is that an interest in speaking?
All right, be glad to, sir. I'm not looking for more things to do, and I don't want to step into where it's something. If it's limited to the downtown area, like I said, I've spent 40 years on that campus, 40 out of 50. So I know it goes down to where my district is. But if we're looking about something broader, looking about more of Salinas and East Salinas, then maybe Supervisor Alejo is better equipped to deal with that. So I just throw that out. But whatever the will of the board is and the chair is, I'm fine.
And do you have any other comments or thoughts on the board, whether we move forward with maintaining two MOUs, one that's the greater Salinas area and allowing this one to continue to focus on downtown, or if we try to create just a singular MOU with the city to guide joint activities?
I think you kind of have two different issues, but I could go either way. It's up to what my colleagues prefer. So.
Okay, I see hands from Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, at this point, I'm leaning towards two separate issues just on stakeholders are different in each group. And so trying to put together a meeting with the stakeholders from these two different sides of town, I think might lead to some hard conversations to control. And so I think keeping it more focused may be appropriate by leaving it with two different groups, just my 2 cents.
All right, and Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. Certainly a lot of different conversations from those two different important parts of town. But I wanted just to add also that the county has a property owned by the health department right on the corner of Sanborn. I believe it's Circle Divisions on the other side. But that's another potential to bring more health care resources to the very area that we're talking about. So there's, for more of a reason, there's I think the timing is right to have that updated MOU about East Salinas, but then to get people working on it and having further focused conversations.
Thank you. Okay, so sorry, and Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. The only comment that I would make is that because this would involve more time from our staff, it would also involve more time from the city staff as well. So before we make a final decision, I would hope that you would have the opportunity to consult with them to come to concurrence.
Great, thank you. And in regards to an ad hoc committee, is our will a desire? I believe I have the ability to ask for an ad hoc committee as chair, but I would just love any additional feedback, and whether Supervisor Alejo or Supervisor Phillips, if anyone feels strongly about serving on that with me, I would take your thoughts.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, it would be an ad hoc committee to work on updating the MOUs, probably all of them or whatever is needed in the relations between the county and the city of Salinas, right?
Sure, we can define an ad hoc in that format. Okay, well, why don't we, I heard Supervisor Alejo express interest. I heard Supervisor Phillips support the will of the desire of whoever wanted to serve. So Supervisor Alejo, would you be interested in serving on that ad hoc with me so that we can get some initial recommendations brought back forward?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous. Okay, so I think the direction that I'm seeing is that we will have form an ad hoc consisting of Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Alejo to meet with the city to discuss what types of MOUs we would like to have moving forward to have mutual planning and implementation of government services and facilities within the city of Salinas. And we will bring back recommendations to update, at the very least, the downtown Salinas MOU before June 30th. possibly also bringing back recommendations about how to proceed with a Greater Salinas Area MOU or a specific, MOU to the Natividad Health and Law Enforcement Campus and or Schilling Place or wherever else we deem the appropriate. Do we need action on that motion, or is that consensus?
I think, Chair, you have the ability to create the ad hoc. It doesn't need to be created by the board, by a board vote.
Okay, and Melanie, is that clear? Is the direction clear?
Yeah, absolutely. And then we can follow up with your office and just get some clarity on how to convene the ICOC and who all should participate in those. And as I said, we have, I believe, next week a meeting with the City of Salinas staff, so we'll certainly follow up with what came out of this, and we'll have that feedback as well for both supervisors for that ad hoc committee consideration.
Fabulous. All right, and with that, I think that was our only, let me go back to my notes here. So we're receiving the report, we provided direction, and we will recess for lunch. The board will recess back into closed session, and we will be reconvening here at 1:30 for our weekly COVID update from the health department. So please join us then. Thank you.
Okay, microphone 2, check. And the big boss Mike, big boss Mike. Microphone 12, microphone 12. Is the clerk 115? Clerk Mike, clerk Mike.
Staff Mike, Staff Mike. Podium Mike, Podium Mike.
Wireless 2, wireless 2. And wireless 1.
Yeah, they haven't even started, so not sure.
All right, welcome back to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. It's February 23rd. We are reconvening from lunch. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Fabulous. And could we get an announcement of our Spanish interpretation services, please?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español, se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. Al pie de su pantalla, si presiona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos no tenemos la interpretación disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Thank you very much. For anyone who's watching us live stream on Facebook or YouTube, if you would like to participate in the conversation via public comment, you may join us on our Zoom webinar. The webinar ID number is 224-397-747. And for those of you who are in the board chambers, I just wanted to say thank you again for wearing your masks and maintaining your social distance to keep everyone safe. We will proceed with our 1:30 scheduled matter, which is a briefing and update on COVID-19. And I will introduce and welcome Nick Chulos, who will get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We have three major items to go over with the board this afternoon. And I would like to suggest, if the board is willing to do that, the very first item would be to authorize a letter to be sent to the multi-county entities requesting that they host vaccine clinics for farm workers in Monterey County and otherwise provide potential necessary support for vaccination clinics. So if that matter, maybe we could take that up first, Madam Chair, and then go over the other items involve presenters that will take a bit of time. So.
And will you be presenting on that, or should I provide some information?
Either way, your
Sure.
pleasure.
Great. Well, I can share with my colleagues that I have had some conversations with the CEOs of our local hospitals, and one of the reasons that we shared in our letter to the governor an area of concern about how Monterey County is not receiving as many vaccination doses as other communities is because we don't have a multi-county health entity here in Monterey County. And so what we would like to do is send a letter to local regional multi-county health entities such as Dignity or Sutter or others that are receiving direct allocation from the state, and ask them if they would be willing to either share some of their allocation with us locally or even come down to Monterey County to provide vaccination clinics. So is there any board comment or questions regarding that suggestion?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to express my support. I think we're in a position where we have to try everything, and I think our community appreciates us trying every which way to get our fair share of allocation. And as you rightly pointed out, and also one of our news stations, KSBW, we all several of us saw that story last night explaining why we had a lower vaccination administration rate, and how counties who have MCEs like Kaiser, Sutter, or Dignity Health, which some of our neighboring counties do, get a greater allocation because those MCE get their direct share from the state, and then they also get their county share. So those of us, Monterey County, that doesn't have an MCE, we're not getting that additional share like other counties are, which then makes it hard to have a higher percentage of vaccinated residents. But just like this effort and other efforts and several letters that we sent to the governor, we've been asking for data transparency and our numbers for quite some time. We haven't got the adequate responses from the state yet, but we hope to be able to get those and shed light on this inequity of vaccine distribution to counties that we know has gone on for since vaccination distribution began. But we're not just keeping our arms crossed. We're actually pursuing efforts to try to get those answers and get that data from the state on behalf of our residents, which I think they deserve that kind of zealous advocacy to get their questions answered from our state government. Thank you.
Thank you for supporting the idea, Supervisor Alejo. Do any other supervisors have comments or thoughts to share regarding a letter to our multi-county health entities inviting them to bring their vaccine to our community? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, and I appreciate your work on this with working with the local hospital providers too, to make sure we're doing it the right way. But clearly we've been disadvantaged by this. When you see Santa Cruz County with 10,000 more vaccines than we've gotten, there's something wrong. So I appreciate your effort on this, Chair, and I fully support it.
Thank you. Any other comment? Otherwise, I think we've got a majority consensus to move forward. And again, I appreciate that this board and that our entire community is aligned in terms of doing absolutely everything that we can to fight for every single additional vaccine that we can get, whether it's through a federal VA partnership, whether it's through a federal pharmacy partnership, whether it's through an FQHC partnership, whether it's through inviting MCEs in. I just want to acknowledge and thank our local hospital partners who I believe are aligned with us in terms of their commitment to bring every additional vaccine that we can into Monterey County. So thank you for the support on this.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. We will get that letter out ASAP. The next two items are going to involve presentations. First, the public health update from Dr. Moreno. And Dr. Moreno is going to cover metrics and testing, vaccine, the third-party administrator, Blue Shield status, and school reopening. And then we've invited Dr. Deneen Gus to speak also about school reopening, and I know she's on the meeting. And once all that is concluded, we have Kim Stemler from the Vintners Association to present a proposed 2021 advisory for agricultural worker protection. And I believe Kim is also on the call. So thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, we can turn it over to Dr. Moreno.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer. I'm hoping to get this started as soon as possible. And okay, Chair Askew, can you see the presentation? Yes, okay, thank you very much. All right, good afternoon again. So I'll start again with the COVID-19 data and metrics. And this is our most recently updated curve for COVID-19. This shows that over the last few weeks, the number of cases from week to week due to COVID-19 has decreased quickly. Very, very glad that it's decreasing. And this is a sign that transmission of COVID-19 virus in the community, in Monterey County specifically, is on the decline. And this is a smoothed out curve that shows the that same rate, but smoothed out on 7-day averages. And our case rate on average is 12.9, and that's based on recent local data. And the other good thing is now that the case rates and the number of cases have declined, our number of people who are hospitalized on a day-to-day basis has declined as well. So we're down to, on the 20th, we're down to 59 COVID cases hospitalized here among our 4 hospitals. And just as a reminder, we were over 200 cases on a daily basis back in early January. So much better situation at this point. We still follow the state's blueprint framework for determining what activities are permitted in our county and which are restricted or not permitted. So our adjusted case rate as determined by the state is 18.4, and our test positivity rate is 6.6 overall, and it's 12 points. That test positivity rate is 12.7 for the lowest quartile in the Healthy Places Index with the state, which the state is also following. This is all the adjusted case rates put on a graph to see what the trend has been, and the case rate has decreased, just like the data that we're following at the local level, and it has fallen below 25, which is this line here, which is a threshold that the state set that would allow schools that are in purple tier to reopen their transitional kindergarten through 6th grade elementary school classes for in-person instruction. And I'll get to that in just a minute. And we're also tracking, the state is tracking the positivity rate, and we can see that the positivity rate continues to decrease. And going back, there's what a lot of people are interested in knowing is if whether or not the county could be assigned into the red tier by the state. And the 2 ways to get there, again, is our positivity rate to get into the red tier, or our positivity rates to get into the orange tier. Either way, the state would most likely reassign Monterey County into the red tier, which has fewer restrictions. So we still have a lot of work to do to continue to avoid gatherings, use face coverings, washing our hands, and staying home in order to continue this decline in transmission here in Monterey County. I'm going to move on to schools. I just want to share that the state has a Safe Schools for All plan. As I mentioned, purple tier schools can open. In order to reopen, the schools must submit a school guidance checklist. This is if schools are open. If they're open already, they submit the checklist and their COVID plan. They put it on the website, and here, this is the link if anyone's interested in seeing what those might look like. And that's all they have to do. They're already open. They just have to post their plans, and they can remain open. For those schools that are closed and want to reopen now that our case rate is below 25, they have to post those plans, but they also have to submit to the local health department and to the California Department of Public Health. The intent there is to give the local health jurisdiction in the state the opportunity, should they want to take that opportunity, to review the plans. But the state also recognizes that we don't want to hold up the school. So if we don't object to their plans within 7 days, then those schools that are closed are permitted by the state to reopen. And we have at least 30 schools that were closed that are intending to reopen under this process. Moving on to testing. We do have a continued decrease from week to week in testing here in our OptumServe sites. This is just the OptumServe sites. Of course, there are other organizations that are testing, like our hospitals and our outpatient clinics. But this is another decrease. You can see that in Salinas, where we can do up to 825 a week. We were doing pretty well through most of January, but then started to decline, and it's been declining since then. Our Seaside location, also 825 per week maximum, continues to decline. Castroville's had the greatest decline, 825 per week, but we're down to the week ending February 20th, 119 individuals getting tested, and which is far short of the 825 that we could do in Castroville. And then the state's OptumServe site in Soledad, which is a drive-through, has the greatest capacity of 1,600, but the demand for testing at the Soledad Optum site there has also decreased. This is a phenomenon that's being seen across the state. It's also being seen at our some of our primary care clinics who are saying that, our primary care clinic here at the county, which is Clinic Services Bureau, has shared that their testing has reduced to about 20% of it was at its peak. So the interest among Monterey County residents has declined significantly, but we do recognize that testing is still an important way to identify someone's whether someone is infectious, and getting the individual isolated away from other people and out of the work site until they're no longer infectious. It's still an important way to keep the transmission down, which gets our case rates and our positivity rates down. Moving on to California's COVID-19 vaccine plan. This has not changed since last week in terms of who's eligible under the state's plan, which is in phase 1B, individuals 65 years of age and older, and those at risk for exposure in education, emergency services, food, agriculture, and childcare. This is a depiction of the steps that we're taking here in Monterey County because we don't have enough vaccine to meet the immediate demand, and we're trying to make sure that those that are at greatest risk of dying do get an opportunity to get a vaccine before a lot more people start taking those appointments. So we've already been working on, the purple bar here shows that we've been working on healthcare workers and people in long-term care facilities. We've also been open to individuals 75 years of age and older. And just last week, we opened up to individuals 65 and 74 who are also working and exposed to COVID while they're working in food, ag, childcare, education, emergency services. And knowing that the state is focused on how we're doing vaccinating individuals who are in the lower quartile communities in Monterey County, we did allow this additional group to make appointments to get vaccinated. So 65 to 74 years of age who also live in those zip codes corresponding to the Healthy Places Index lowest quartile census tracts. Starting March 3rd, we will go ahead and open eligibility to everyone who's 65 and older, and also anyone who's at risk of exposure while working in the sectors in 1B. So that'll be March 3rd. And then finally, as of March 17th, and consistent with the state's direction, we will be making people who are 16 to 64 years of age with certain medical conditions and disabilities eligible for vaccination. So this is a chart that shows the steps we're taking. This is an updated diagram that we have on our website that tries to make it as simple as possible where we are right now. So again, phase 1A, we're still vaccinating healthcare workers, and then phase 1B, which are the 75 and older, 65 to 74 who meet those zip code or those sector criteria. And it's also in Spanish, and this is the link that people can go to see where we are from week to week and for other information on COVID-19 vaccinations. I'm going to move on to local and state vaccination planning and implementation. Just as a reminder, we do have primary care providers providing appointments and points of distribution vaccine clinics. And we have dedicated more vaccine to Clinic of the Salud, Pebble Beach, Health and Wellness, and United Ag, as well as Soledad Medical Clinic to get more vaccine available to the communities, the providers that serve a large portion of our ag workers and food workers. The federal qualified health centers are also involved in a federal program now, and we know that Clinic of Salud is in rollout the first week. There was a delay in getting their vaccine, which was supposed to be coming in on the week of the 15th, but they have received some of the vaccine, and we've been able to verify today that rather than the anticipated 100 doses per location, they were allocated in a 4,500 doses, and 2 of their sites actually have received 500 doses each. So Clinic of Salud is gearing up to vaccinate and anticipating more vaccine being delivered to their other locations. So this will result in an increase in vaccine that comes into our county as a whole, which will help us vaccinate not just the farm workers, but everyone that the state has making eligible to receive a vaccine. But we look forward to hearing more from Clinic of the Salud and how things are going with their vaccine delivery. Monterey County clinics are scheduled to participate in this program in the 3rd wave. And so there hasn't been an allocation that I've seen yet, but we'll continue to look for those communications from the state to see how much vaccine Monterey County Clinic Services Bureau will be receiving. There's been a lot of interest in the third-party administrator as part of the state's implementation of the COVID-19 vaccination plan. So counties will be transitioning to the third-party administrator, and Monterey County is scheduled to transition March 7th, which means that we will become part of the third-party administrator provider network. That's Vaccine Provider Network. And we did have our meeting Friday on February 19th, where they shared some information with us, and we had some discussion with the CEO and president of Blue Shield and representatives from the California Department of Public Health. So in working with third-party administrator, the state has said that they will continue to be responsible for establishing the vaccine allocation criteria and approving allocations to counties. Blue Shield has a variety of responsibilities, but to hit some of the highlights, they will be providing some reports to California Department of Public Health, which are intended to guide that department's decisions on how to allocate to counties. The Blue Shield will be responsible for managing the network of vaccine providers. We, Public Health, will be one of those providers in the network. They will create and manage incentive payment methodologies, which are intended to increase the volume of vaccines that are administered to Monterey County residents. Also, incentive payments that are intended to increase the number of vaccines that are available to those that have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, trying to work towards a more equitable distribution, and also attempting to increase the percent of vaccine that is delivered that actually gets administered to residents here in Monterey County. And finally, they will be making some recommendations to the state to make some more additional decisions in the future on vaccine allocation and also appointment prioritization by network providers like us. There will also be some network performance criteria for providers. There will be, as they shared, that the vaccine should be available to 95% of people within 30 minutes if they live in urban settings, or within 60 minutes if they live in rural settings. That's a goal that they're going to be working towards and working with California Department of Public Health to try to achieve that goal. They're also, one of their goals is also to improve access to people who are homebound and can't leave where they live to get a vaccine. They'll also be looking at performance criteria in the area of capacity. This is a goal, but the third-party administrator would like to achieve in early March 3 million doses per week statewide, and by April 4 million doses per week statewide. Again, these are performance criteria goals that they would like to achieve. They also have criteria for equity, looking for how well the state on a monthly basis is achieving a goal of trying to vaccinate those that have been highly impacted in each county. They're also interested in setting a goal to try to get providers in California to administer 95% of the doses within a week of receiving the dose. And they're also interested in receiving patient feedback and using something like a 5-star rating to describe a patient's experience in receiving a vaccine. And then there are some other areas that that I won't get into, supervisors, but third-party administrators also looking at goals for network management, data management, provider responsibilities, and also providing more details on Blue Shield compensation during this process. I'm going to move now to vaccine data reporting. This is a report that we have on our website. It shows just for Monterey County Public Health, not for other vaccine providers in Monterey County, the number of vaccines that have been allocated or ordered by us, the number of vaccines that we have given here in this column to other providers so that they can provide, and that totals 5,809. We have 3,000 dedicated for upcoming clinics. We are waiting for, we are receiving today some of our 1,170 doses that we ordered. And although the state immunization registry says that we've administered about 7,500 doses, we know that we've administered at least 8,200 doses. So subtracting these vaccines from our 1,800, we are basically all vaccine has been given to another organization or is already planned for vaccination clinics or has been administered to Monterey County residents. Let's see, this is an updated table showing the other providers of Monterey County and how much they've received. And we're able to break out now the allocations that went to CHOMP and which of their facilities within CHOMP have received vaccine or are giving vaccine as well. And as a reminder, anything you see here in parentheses, supervisors, that's how much they receive as a redistribution from us. And this is all on our website. We also broke down Salinas Valley Memorial, and you can see here which of their organizations, which of their business line in their organization has been vaccinated and how much they've reported to us that they have been vaccinating. So overall, there's almost 50,000 vaccines have been administered that we are aware of. And there's about 59,000 doses that have actually been received by providers here in Monterey County. So about approximately 83% utilization of vaccines at this point. That doesn't account for providers that are outside Monterey County who have vaccinated individuals here in Monterey County and the pharmacies who've been vaccinating people here in Monterey County as well. And we have been looking at ways to analyze and share information about who's getting vaccinated. So this is a table that shows the different racial and ethnic groups and then the number of doses that have been administered. And then we look over here to see what percentage of the population each of these groups makes up here in Monterey County. And you can see that, for example, under Asian race ethnic group, that they make about 6% of the population and received about 10% of the total dose administered. So this is another piece of information that that we can look at to try to look at who is not receiving their proportional share of vaccine and continue to work with our other vaccine providers with them to continue to implement strategies that can give them the vaccine so that they can get the vaccine to these groups that maybe are not getting a fair share of vaccine. We're also looking at this by age, so specifically by age. So we can see that we have been tracking up until last week, tracking the 75 years and older. And as just an example, under Hispanic, Latino, for those people 75 and older, the Hispanics make up 24% of people 75 and older and have received 95% of the vaccine. So if this were more equal, we would want this to be higher, closer to 24%. So if they make up 24% of the population, they should hopefully be receiving 25% of the vaccine. But we've also broken it down now to 65 to 75 years of age as well. So you can see that 65 to 74-year-olds, among them, Latinos make up 30%, and they're receiving 23% of the vaccine. So this is information that's on the website, and I encourage people to go to the website and look at this. And then finally, this is something we're going to be adding and making available. This is based on where people live. So we continue to use 4 regions in Monterey County, and I'll just show North County. So at North County makes up 12% of the population, and they've received 9% of the vaccine. So this shows by region. There are regions also where we can continue to try to work with the vaccine providers here in Monterey County to implement strategies to get these people in these areas greater access to the vaccine. And this is, I think, my last slide. There are some changes to the vaccine allocations, and there will continue to be changes moving forward. But now the state is using the number of people 65 and older as determine how much each county is allocated. So 70% of the decision for allocation is based on how many people are 65 and older, and 30% of the decision how much to allocate is based on how many people work in the phase 1B sectors. The governor's also recommended that 10% of the allocation be administered to teachers. And so we've had meetings, we continue to have meetings here at the health department, and to discuss what strategies are available to us countywide to try to follow the governor's recommendation. And we are hoping to have a meeting soon with Monterey County Office of Education to talk about strategies and what would work best to try to achieve the governor's intent. And since we've gotten through most of phase 1A, which are healthcare workers, the state's no longer looking at how many healthcare workers we have and determining how much vaccine we should be allocated. And then one more thing, I don't know if this is new to the public, but I'll go ahead and mention it in case I didn't mention it last week. The state does, I believe, has heard from certain counties about the disappointment in the fact that some counties that are served by a multi-county agency have been getting, on a whole, more vaccine and been able to vaccinate a greater portion of their population compared to Monterey County, and been able to move through phase 1B at a quicker pace because they have more vaccine. And so there is a change now in how the state is allocating vaccine. They're going to look at the entire county, not looking at the MCEs, look at the entire county, compare the counties, use the formula, and make the allocation to each county. Then they'll look at the county one by one, and if there's an MCE serving that county, like a Kaiser or Dignity Health, then they will take a portion of the county's allocation and assign it to the MCE. So that should result in a greater allocation to counties like ours. And I can say this last week's allocation, we had several more thousand vaccines allocated to us compared to prior weeks. And we're hoping to have another increased allocation, hopefully this week, that we can make available to our vaccine providers here in Monterey County. And yeah, that's my last one. So thank you, Chair. And thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. That was quite a lot of information. And I'll just mention this PowerPoint. Is the PowerPoint available in a location on the website, Dr. Moreno?
I've shared it with the clerk of the board.
Okay, perfect. So if anyone wants access to that information, it was a lot of information to roll through, contact the clerk of the board, that's cob@co.monterey.ca.us, and we can make sure that you get a copy of that. Do we want to do questions from the board now or continue with our school and agricultural update? Any board question? Go ahead and let's raise some hands. Okay,
Yes.
I think I hear Supervisor Alejo's voice.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Moreno because putting the data transparency on by different ethnic and racial groups in our county and also by the regions was something that I had pushed to get out there because there was a lot of answered questions, and it helps us as policymakers and as healthcare professionals to be able to strategize to make sure that just like the criticism of the state, that we're also trying to address the racial disparities and also the geographic disparities in our county. And by putting these numbers out there, it helps us where we know where regions are not getting vaccinated enough versus others, and also different groups within our county, people of color who are the hardest hit are not getting vaccinated like they should. So I want to thank you for that, getting knowledge that we're trying to. I think that's helpful to the public and to the media to know as well. But the silver lining is that the news that you just reported about Clínica del Valle de Salinas with Dr. Max Cuevas and that FQHC getting an additional allotment of vaccine, which I think is great because it also helps address the racial and geographic disparities. But you said they were allotted 4,500, which is a significant number. But is that a one-time basis, or will there be an ongoing amount of vaccine coming to that FQHC?
Thank you, thank you for the question, Supervisor Alejo. So the state shared publicly that each of the FQHCs, when they get rolled out on this program, would get up to 500 per week. So it was a per week estimate. So the fact that Clinica got 500 to 2 of their sites and are expecting 500 to additional sites is much more than we were all expecting. And we're hoping that will be on a weekly basis.
That's great news. And I hope that maybe next week we can invite Dr. Max Cuevas to elaborate more on his program, because I think that's great news. I think for agriculture, for everyone in Monterey County, to hear that we're getting a significant amount through this FQHC is like the relief that we've been trying to fight for, to get more into our county. And that's awesome news. Going to the Blue Shield question, because there was some, you rightly explained that Blue Shield is taking over as a third-party administrator, the TPA, and they have the bigger role than the state in terms of distribution, and they're changing their formula to address the inequities of counties with MCEs getting more, and that is I think from February 18th moving forward. But there's two concerns. One concern with the Blue Shield is that a government agency. So have they addressed whether they will provide transparency on vaccine distribution going forward? Because that's the only real check to make sure that this TPA is going to be giving a fair share of allotment to the counties. The state has not done that so far. And the reason we're trying to still get the data from past weeks is that we want to argue that our county should be made whole for not getting the amounts of vaccine that we should have got. And so that's why I think we're wanting to still get that data to make that argument for our county. But we know there's other similarly situated counties. But going forward, the question is, will they provide transparency and put the numbers of vaccine distributed to counties as they take over?
Yeah, so from what they've shared with us, Supervisor Alejo, is that they will be requiring vaccine providers like public health, like your clinics, like Clinica, to report certain data to the third-party administrator, and then the third-party Blue Shield will collect that information and review the information, and then generate reports on performance to California Department of Public Health, and then California Department of Public Health will determine what changes, if necessary, are necessary in the allocation process, or what changes are necessary to support vaccine providers to improve their ability to get vaccine out in high volumes quickly and in an equitable manner. So it appears that some of that information may be available, publicly facing information, but we'll have to wait and see how much of it is going to be made public.
Great. Thank you for being aware of that, and just I think that's going to help us as we're trying to rectify the inequities. Just last thing was this question about second appointments for all those in Monterey County who have already received their first appointment. Can we get clarity in the next, can you answer now about whether we will automatically sign them up for a second appointment? That way they do not have to be competing as more groups in these coming weeks are eligible for vaccine. These folks who are just waiting to get their second vaccine shouldn't get into the line again and trying to compete to get a vaccine. When we already have their information, we could just send them an email, tell them when their next appointment is. Could we ease that ability of that second appointment for all those who already received the first in Monterey County?
I believe so. So currently, some of us in Monterey County are using the state system called PrepMod. And in that system, an individual who makes an appointment for the first appointment, makes an appointment for their first vaccine will be receiving reminders either through email or phone, text messages that when their second vaccine is due, which vaccine they're supposed to be receiving, and then when the earliest date they can schedule the appointment to get the vaccine. When the counties move over to My Turn, which is replacing PrepMod, when an individual schedule an appointment for a vaccine, they can at the same time schedule their second vaccine. So this was something that was demonstrated shown to us in a demonstration of the use of the PrepMod, the My Turn. So if that's how it rolls out, that will be an improvement for people, so they don't have to struggle to get the second appointment that already have it. The other thing, Supervisor, that helps individuals to get that second vaccine is when a patient makes their appointment for their first vaccine at their healthcare provider. So if there's a patient of Clinic of the Salud or county clinics or Solida Medical Group, when they schedule their appointment for their first vaccine, they can schedule their second appointment. They may be able to schedule their second appointment if the clinic has vaccine and knows when they're going to schedule those second appointments. So that's an opportunity that some healthcare providers might be able to offer to their patients. If they don't schedule the second appointment at that time because they don't have the vaccine available, the healthcare clinic can always call and say the vaccine is ready. We'd like to schedule your second appointment.
Right, which is great once we move into My Turn and to the clinics that are able to do that for their patients. I'm just trying to get all those thousands who have already got the PrepMod appointments the first and are just waiting for mid-March to get their second, whether we could work on that in the next few days to make sure they can get their appointment with these and not have to struggle all over with everyone else. That's the request that I hope you and the health department staff could work on, and then bring that back and report on if that could be feasible in the next few days. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, Dr. Marino, you touched on it, but with all the progress we're making, are we close to getting from purple to red? And if not, is there a process where, especially the way we've been treated as far as not getting us the right vaccine, where we can seek attestation to say, with all these factors, we ought to be able to be considered in the red, even maybe, although technically we're not quite ready? I was impressed with how much progress we've been making, and so that's why I asked the question. So,
okay, thank you, Supervisor. So the epi curve that I shared does show that the trend is moving towards a case rate trend, and the positivity rate trend is moving towards the red tier. But I can't predict when, if we get there or when we would get there. But in the meantime, in the past, I would have said we need to use face coverings, stay at home, wash your hands, and avoid gatherings. Now we have vaccine, which we didn't have before in the last surge. So The first surge. So now that we're over the second surge, we have some vaccine and we'll continue to get more vaccine. So all of these in combination hopefully will allow us to get to a place where the transmission is low enough that the state allows us to be in red tier. I'm not aware of an attestation process that the state has set up for counties to move, but I can tell you that the state is recognizing that there are some activities that perhaps that aren't allowed in purple tier, but perhaps should be allowed for certain reasons. And one example is with youth sports, and the youth sports guidance that just came out does set thresholds that if met, a county who's in purple tier would be allowed to conduct certain type of youth sports and adult recreational sports activities, even though they still are in purple tier. So that's something that was just released. We're still looking at that, and there'll be anticipate we'll have some discussions with Monterey County Office of Ed because this applies to school sports and non-school sports, and we'll probably we'll need to resume our discussions with the city managers and their Parks and Rec staff, as we have in the past when new guidance has come out, and discuss how that could be possibly be implemented for the non-school sports and the adult recreational sports. So no attestation process that I'm aware of, but the state is making some adjustments to allow some more activities to occur while we're still in purple tier.
All right, thank you. That one for youth sports just came out of the blue, and I couldn't figure the logic of that relative to other things that we thought should have been open. So thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Dr. Moreno, I just wanted to get one piece of clarification when we were talking about those Clinica, that potential allocation. You mentioned that we got some clarity from the state, but I understand that it's a federal supply through HRSA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams, did you have any comments or questions?
I do have one comment, and it's something that's just been brought up to me, and I thought I'd better just ask Dr. Moreno if he has any idea about it, if there's been any chatter. And that is, when would one expect clergy to be on the list of my turn for clergy people to be vaccinated?
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Adams. So clergy did not appear in any of the groups in phase 1B. They may have been in 1C or a later group, and if they were, they at this time would be in the same situation that other groups were beyond 1B, and that is those groups have been eliminated from the state's implementation plan, the state's COVID-19 vaccine plan, and as the state moved away from sectors and now is implementing age-based and medical condition-based. So they, like other individuals that were in those later sectors, are no longer recognized by the state moving forward. So they would have, anyone who is in the clergy would have to look at the state and our website to determine whether or not they meet other criteria, other current or future criteria to get vaccinated.
Great. Okay, thank you. I know that some of them do a lot of counseling, others of them have childcare, others of them are accustomed to going to nursing homes to visit the sick from their parishes, but do not feel safe doing that at this point. So I feel like it's a combination of healthcare worker, it's a child care provider, it's an education person, and if you count communion, it's food. But I'm not so sure that I'll be able to do that. So at any rate, it doesn't sound like there's any special place for them.
Well, I would encourage them to go to our website or the state website to look to see if they meet any of the other criteria that the state is establishing for eligibility.
Thank you.
So it could be a clergy person who in the next few weeks is also 65 and older, or clergy person who has a medical condition, or anyone at the 16 and older who has a medical condition the state says makes them eligible. So they may not qualify because they're clergy, but it may be other conditions that make them eligible.
Thank you very much. I'll explain that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand raised. I'm going to jump in with a few comments, and then we'll circle back around for any further comments for folks. Dr. Marino, one of the questions that I've heard were people looking at the website where we list the number of people who are currently have positive tests versus those who've been recovered. And when you look at just simply the straight number of tests that have come back positive and minus those who've been recovered, it is a relatively small number. Can you explain how that compares to the test positivity rate, and how it's not just 200 people who have COVID in Monterey County? How do we determine what the actual number of people who may be positive but not have a positive test might be in the community?
So I think there's quite a bit there. I'll start with what I think you started with, and that is what sounds like the difference between the number of cases and the number of individuals that have been released from isolation. So almost a year ago, when we started reporting on this information, a lot of countries were reporting the number of individuals that were recovered. And here in the United States and here in Monterey County, we weren't looking at recovered. We were really looking at when someone was released from isolation. But that was the term that was very popular, and people were familiar with that, so that's the term we use. But we've also included on our charts release from recovery to make sure people understand that that's really what we're looking at. And so early on and prior to we had cases, but prior to the first surge, we were able to determine when people were released from isolation, close the case, mark it, and it would show up on the data. And so the difference between cases and people released from isolation was pretty narrow. When we hit the first surge, we had a lot of cases in a short amount of time. So it was difficult for our staff to, even though someone has been released from isolation, we let them go. It was quite a bit of charting that was put to the side so we can get to the next case and get people isolated. So we got backed up on our charting. So the release from isolation information was lagging. And so you see a greater gap there. And then as the surge resolved, we started getting caught up in the difference between, we started closing out cases, and so the difference decreased. With the second surge, we saw something very similar. As the surge increased, our team was focused on getting people in isolation. And when people were released from isolation, we were moving on rather than taking the time to document and closing out the case completely. We'd quickly move on to the next case and get them in isolation. So now so what we did was realizing that as these large surges occur, it's going to be more and more difficult. It is more difficult to close out cases and report based on actually clicking a box and closing out the case. So what we changed to what other counties had changed to prior to us, and that is basically use 10 days after a positive test or onset of symptoms. And when the patient gets through those 10 days, they're presumed released from isolation, or they've met the isolation criteria. They've met the isolation criteria, and so that's what triggers that. And so you can see that the difference between the two are much smaller, and it's based on 10 days after the onset or 10 days after the test date. That's why you can see that the difference is much smaller there. So it's not related to positivity rates. It's related to basically 10 days after being becoming a confirmed case and closing it out essentially automatically. You asked another question there, Supervisor.
Yeah, and maybe I could just clarify my question. So like if we looked at the confirmed cases online, it's 42,016, and the release from isolation is 41,614. And the difference between those two is, less than 1,000. And so does that mean that there are less than 1,000 COVID cases in Monterey County? It doesn't mean that, does it?
No, not on a given day. No, that's more like a rolling number, because it includes everyone that has been recently diagnosed with COVID-19, but hasn't met the 10-day requirement to be released from isolation. And so that's not what you're describing. It's basically how many people are still considered infectious and in isolation on any given day.
So if you were to use, what data do you use to determine like how many people would you estimate have COVID in Monterey County, an active COVID case in Monterey County right now?
So thank you, Supervisor. So that is a question with a different answer, because we know there are people who have COVID-19 who choose not to get, who have symptoms of COVID-19 and choose not to get tested, or people who are infectious because they were exposed, but they have no symptoms and they're infectious and they don't know it, and so they're not getting tested. So the estimated number of people who have COVID-19 in Monterey County, we don't have that number. What we do have from the state is something called R effective, which is an estimated factor which describes to what degree the virus is spreading. And from what we've heard from the state, the R effective is less than 1, and which means that for every individual that has COVID-19, less than 1 additional person will get COVID-19. And that's where you want to be, because when you're in that situation, it means fewer and fewer cases are being confirmed every day. So the California Department of Public Health uses that R effective value to describe not how many cases, but whether transmission is increasing, stable, or decreasing. And statewide, from what we're told from California Department of Public Health, transmission is on the decline.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that clarification that there are more people that have COVID, just because our testing numbers don't show that we're not testing everyone in the community, so we're not going to positively know how many people have the virus.
Correct.
So given a couple other questions, the information that you presented, I really appreciate the additional data around the regional vaccination numbers. And I think, if we were to compare or add another column to that shows where COVID has been most likely to spread, which communities where it has spread the most, and where the hospitalizations and where the deaths have occurred, I think that's another piece of information that helps us determine if we really are equitable in our distribution. And so we look at, North County maybe has 9% of the total doses administered. They're 12% of the county population. If they were 50% of the positive cases, we're going to want to maybe prioritize them for additional vaccine. And so the other issue around the Blue Shield contract, when we talk about, I consider Monterey County rural. I'm not sure, has Blue Shield indicated whether Monterey County would be considered rural, or whether we fit within that 1 hour or that 30-minute guideline?
They haven't shared that information with us, at least.
Okay. So if I assume that we're rural, I'm going to say pretty loudly and clearly that 60 minutes travel time to get to a vaccination is not acceptable for our Monterey County residents. So that is concerning to me, and then making sure that we're tracking very clearly and shining a bright light on our regional data. And I guess it brings me to my question of, do we have a localized equity plan to ensure that vaccines are getting where they're going beyond just presenting the data to us once a week? Is there a clear strategy about how we're distributing vaccine, about how we're ensuring access to vaccine? Is that documented anywhere? And how can we as a board give direction that that meaningfully moves us towards an equitable distribution of the vaccine, at least on a local level, at least for the vaccine that we have control over, to ensure that those who need it most are getting it, based not just on population, but based on where COVID has been most significantly impacted residents?
Right. So thank you, Supervisor. So we know from the prior to getting vaccine here in Monterey County, which areas of the county were hardest hit. So we have been showing on our county website the information about confirmed cases of COVID-19 based on zip code. So we've been putting that up, and so we have information now, real information from experience of which communities have been hit hardest from COVID-19. And so with that information, we've been working with our vaccine providers who serve primarily those individuals, communities, families living in those zip codes, and making sure that they have adequate, that they have an amount of vaccine coming from our allocation that can be used to get those populations vaccinated. So that includes our clinics operated by Me Memorial, Clinic de Salud, Soledad, and your county clinics that serve the East Salinas area, and making sure that they have vaccine allocation so that they can schedule appointments to vaccinate individuals who actually live in those zip codes, and that someone from outside those zip codes don't come in and take those appointments. And so that's what we've been doing. And we, again, Clinic de Salud also has a relationship with the grower and shippers, so they will be putting on a closed pod just for farm workers who live in those communities. And also, which was just announced, Clinic de Salud is getting a large amount of vaccine, which they can give to individuals who are in those communities who've been hardest hit. And we are looking at, our epidemiologist is looking at I think it's called Snowflake. It's a data portal where we will be able to go in there and look to see where people who are getting vaccinated, where they live, and by zip code, and that's information that we hope to be able to report out on soon.
Okay, thank you. And I guess what I would just ask is that, in addition to seeing the data, I would like to know sort of, and maybe on one of these slides in the future, like what exactly is the plan to ensure that we're reaching the communities that have the greatest need. And then I'll just one last final comment. I did receive a phone call last Friday night from the governor's office in follow up to the letter that this board sent to the governor expressing concerns about the distribution, the allocation that's being used for distribution, and the inequities that we're experiencing here in Monterey County. The representative from the office thanked us for reaching out, wanted to know if there were any additional issues that needed to be addressed, and I explained that all of the issues that we raised in the letter were remaining in need of addressing, and that we look forward to receiving a written response from the governor's office. So we will continue to follow up, but I'm pleased to report that we did get a phone call. Moving along, I will circle back around to my colleagues on the board. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, very quickly. I just wanted, it was just to that getting to that point, because my original request wasn't necessarily on geographic, but it was more specific on zip codes. And for the same reason you pointed out, Madam Chair, that we could easily look at the numbers of people who are vaccinated, for example, in the two hardest hit zip codes in my district, 93905 and 93906, and then compare those to the death and the mortality rates. And I think that these are all data tools that help us and should drive us to do better for our residents. And as you rightly also point out, having a strategy, and I know there already is some strategies, as Dr. Moreno pointed out, certain clinics and hospitals setting up appointments with their patients, prioritizing appointments in the hardest hit zip codes recently, but that's only going to last so long that I think we do need something more formal saying to outline to the community. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strategies that we're doing to make sure that the hardest hit areas are being addressed, and that we could actually, as we get other updates on these numbers, we could have progress on how we're addressing those inequities that we know already exist, as the numbers just revealed today. The last thing I just wanted to point out was along with a lot of this information and data that comes out, I did want to just thank those reporters out there who pay attention, who help us get the word out to thousands of our county residents that right now, many who work and can't get it, they get it on the evening news or in the paper. So I wanted to acknowledge them. I forgot we mentioned KSBW earlier, but Aaron Groff of KIUN has been really aggressive. But as the Weekly and Univision, Telemundo, and the Californian and the Herald, they've all done a good job in helping us get the word out and educate them as we're revealing new data sets of what we're trying to do with it. It's not just to put the numbers out there, but it's saying, okay, how, as we see problems or weaknesses or areas of improvement, we should be answering to them. This is what we're trying to do to better address it, because they do deserve better service every week from us as we're trying to curtail this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to take it out to the public for public comment at this point. We have one, and I guess if we do public comment now, we'll need to come back and do public comment again. So please moderate. If you public comment now, we won't have it. Well, please do your public comment once, I guess is what I'm saying. But there are a couple questions on the line. So Iris Gamez, you may unmute yourself, and we'll do 2 minutes for public comment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you so much. I will be submitting on behalf of Daisy Hernandez, who couldn't be here because she's currently working with family, friends, and neighbors, providers, also known as FFNs. My name is Daisy Hernandez, mother and family, friends, and neighbor promoter at Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo County, also known as CAPSLO. I urge our County Board of Supervisors to support and, if possible, contribute to the Governor's revised budget package and other efforts to support moms, which include more resources for critical childcare and direct relief to individuals and families. With schools closed unexpectedly and limited capacity for children in early childhood education centers, family, friends, and neighbor providers have become even more crucial to our working families. Despite concerns for their health, many FFNs continue to care for children through the pandemic. A grandmother shared with me how COVID-19 has left her husband bedbound. Now she is not only caring for her grandchild, whose mother has to work, she is also caring for her husband. If I don't care for him, who else would? My daughter has to go to work, she says. FFM providers are an integral part of the childcare system and we want to ensure their protection. I also want to advocate for their vaccines so they can continue to provide childcare to all of our working families in Monterey County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And if you haven't already, could you please forward that correspondence to us at cob@co.monterey.ca.us. We're always appreciative of community voice as we make decisions and consider these issues. So seeing no public comment right here, we'll go ahead and proceed to the rest of our presentation today. I believe we have a presentation with Superintendent, MCOE Superintendent Dr. Deneen Gus.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. Do I see Dr. Oh, I see Dr. Deneen Gus is right here on the line with us. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today and for looking after the needs of all of our, 74,000 students in Monterey County? Thank you for joining us.
77,000 students in Monterey County.
77,000. Wow.
Yes. So with that, good afternoon, and thank you so much, Board of Supervisors, for inviting me to speak today. I know that there are a lot of questions about what's happening in regard to safely opening schools, so I'm excited to share what we know as of today, and I want to underscore the word today. The reason I say this is because the guidance and information coming out from the state does change regularly. In fact, it just changed yesterday. So with that, I will jump in and share some of the most recent updates. The California Department of Public Health Consolidated Guidance for Schools was updated yesterday with changes to the school reopening criteria and a new reopening eligibility window for schools. This CDPH chart that I'm sharing with you on the screen was taken from the most updated school guidance, and it shows no change to the yellow and orange tiers, but you'll see that schools and counties in the red tier can now open grades 7 through 12 in any model. Schools in counties in the purple tier cannot return students in grades 7 through 12 to in-person instruction, no matter what the case rate is. So in the prior guidance, they had outlined a case rate to open 7 through 12, and that is now no longer how it will work. So as was true in the previous guidance documents, students in grades K-6 are still allowed to return to in-person instruction once the adjusted case rate falls below 25 per 100,000. Last week, February 16th, Monterey County's adjusted case rate was 24, allowing for K-6 schools to begin planning to return to in-person instruction. And I'll review in the upcoming slides the various requirements they must meet to reopen. But for now, I want to review this change announced yesterday about the reopening eligibility window. So each week, metric information is released by CDPH, and counties can move above and below an adjusted case rate of 25, and counties move into and out of the red tier. School communities may need time to work with their union partners and other stakeholder groups to plan for reopening. And this, of course, as you know, takes time. So they need the time to bring those plans to their board for final approval and do final preparations for safe school reopenings. So to give schools this much needed time, they now will have a 3-week period to open. The 3-week time frame starts the day the county meets the criterion for reopening. And even if the county stops meeting the criterion during that window, for example, the case rate becomes higher than 25 in a subsequent calculation, the school is still allowed to open. Again, this change allows for additional time for districts to complete the planning pieces, and I'll review those planning pieces in just a moment. The updated guidance also issued the following change to reopening in the red tier. All K-12 schools in a county in the purple tier, which would include Monterey County, as we never left the purple tier, are eligible to reopen the day the county is considered in the red tier, which is on the day after the assignment is posted. And assignments are posted on Tuesdays, so the school may reopen on Wednesday. These schools would also be included in the eligibility window, allowing for the 3-week planning time, even if during that time the county returned to the purple tier. So that's good news. This slide gives an overview of what schools are required to have in place during the pandemic and what's optional. And I know Dr. Moreno spoke to this a little bit, but let me go in a little bit more detail. All school districts are required to have a COVID-19 safety plan, also referenced as the CSP. This plan consists of a checklist provided by the state, which outlines the health and safety protocols for students and staff that the schools will be implementing once they reopen. The other portion of the CSP is the COVID prevention program, also referred to as the CPP. The CPP is an illness and injury prevention plan that addresses employee safety measures. The California School Reopening Status Dashboard requires districts to report their status of in-person instruction and must be updated by each district every other Monday. And what we mean by status of in-person instruction is it will tell you if a school is open to full in-person and in what grade levels, a hybrid model and in what grade levels, or if they're only offering small learning cohorts to a small number of students, or if they're providing distance learning only at this time. And this portal can be found on the Safe Schools Hub. And lastly, the governor proposed an in-person instruction incentive grant in late December, and the legislature has countered with Senate Bill 86, which is a block grant that would provide additional incentive and resources to reopen schools. It would be optional, and since the legislature is literally still working through this with the governor, and we know that the governor has shared publicly he will not approve Senate Bill 86 as it currently reads, we're expecting that the timelines may change as well as some of the requirements. So I won't go into great detail regarding Senate Bill 86 at this time. Now let me go into a bit more detail about the COVID safety plan I talked about earlier. The CSP is required again by CDPH. If the district had already reopened under a waiver prior to the new guidance being released, those districts can remain open, but had to post their COVID-19 safety plan on their website by February 1st. For schools that will reopen once they are in yellow, orange, or red tier, they must post their CSP at least 5 days prior to providing in-person instruction. And that gives the community and parents really a good opportunity to see what those health and safety procedures will be, they'll be putting in place. For schools opening in the purple tier, They must also complete the additional requirements noted under number 4 on the slide. They must consult with labor, parents, and community organizations. They must also submit the COVID-19 safety plan to both the Monterey County Public Health and the State School Safety for All team for review. And again, Dr. Moreno mentioned that a little bit earlier in his presentation. In regard to the COVID prevention program, that's also known as the CPP, that's required by Cal OSHA. And this plan basically lays out the steps being taken by each district to protect their employees. In regard to vaccines, the governor, as Dr. Moreno mentioned earlier, announced on Friday that starting March 1st, 10% of vaccines at the state level will be set aside for childcare and K-12 employees. This will be in addition to what our county already receives. And this is being done because there's a huge push to get schools reopened to in-person instruction as quickly and as safely as possible. The way the 10% will be allocated to counties is being determined at the state at this time. But we are hearing, in fact, I was just in a meeting yesterday where we heard directly that they are considering looking at the number of individuals in the childcare and K-12 education sector, how many of those individuals are working in person and have the greatest risk of exposure, or will be working in person in the near future. They're likely to consider the Health Equity Index, the Healthy Places Index, and the demographic data points for schools. Again, all really focusing on equity. And I just want to point out that we're working very closely alongside our early childcare education partners and look forward to meeting with the health department to facilitate this new allocation. And of course, we're waiting for information about how this allocation, once it actually gets to our county, how we will get those vaccines into the arms of our childcare and education employees. So again, we are looking forward to that meeting with the health department. And I'm not sure if you wanted to, let me just advance my slides here. If you might, before I open it up to questions and answers, might just want to be reminded of who is open at this time. So this slide shows you the schools in our county that are currently open. And I can also share that because our data has been improving so rapidly, that there are many schools in our county that are, again, working with their labor partners, working with their stakeholders and with their boards to look at when they might be able to reopen their schools with all of these items that I just mentioned in place. And many of them are really looking at after the spring break. And I wanted to just also share here. So you were talking a little bit earlier about youth sports. So on February 19th, CDPH did release the updated schools guidance with sports that are allowed in each of the tiers. And this chart shows what sports are allowed in each tier. And I'm happy to give this presentation to the clerk so that anyone who might want to look at this in greater detail, we can make that available to you. And just also to point out that these changes do not take effect until February 26th, but at that time, sports will be allowed in purple tiers when the county adjusted case rate is equal to or less than 14 per 100,000, with additional requirements including informed consent by parents and guardians and testing of the participants and coaches. So with that, I'll now open it up to any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Dr. Gus, thank you again so much for joining us. I know this isn't the first time that you've been here to talk to us about COVID and the schools. And, you know, as a mom with a kid at home, I can tell you that I am personally invested in seeing our schools reopened safely and getting our kids back into classrooms safely. So I think in the interest of time, we'll keep moving on. And we will come back for comments and questions on the next presentation as well as yours. I see we have Kim Stemler joining us. Did you want to do a brief introduction, Nick, or we'll just?
Oh, just very briefly.
Yep, perfect.
The
Thank you.
agricultural community has been working with an ad hoc committee of the board, Supervisors Alejo and Lopez, on advisory for agricultural worker protection. And Kim Stemler is going to speak to this on behalf of the agricultural community. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us today, Kim. We'll pass the microphone over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Askew and Supervisors and Nick. So I am going to share my screen, okay? There we go. Oops. Hit the wrong button. There we go. So today I'm going to tell you a little bit very quickly about an advisory for agricultural worker protection during COVID pandemic on the Central Coast of California. First, I want to remind everyone that ag businesses have a commitment to keep our employees and our community safe. First of all, a lot of our ag businesses are family owned. They may have gone to school in kindergarten with their neighbors. So they have a commitment and a generosity to this community. And beyond that, they are in business. And it is a business that there is an extraordinary labor shortage right now. So we have no incentive for not doing everything we can to keep all of our employees safe and healthy and at work. We also exist in a very tightly controlled regulatory environment. So there may be things that we have in our guidelines that may not make sense to you, but it's probably there and not making sense because of regulations. So I just want to clarify that. Since spring of last year, and I remember when it took me 23 days from the time I made my appointment to get tested to get the results, the ag community has been very active in both creating protocol and practices to keep employees, workers, and the community safe. In fact, Monterey County was the first to come out with an ag advisory in the state and most likely the country. We've been making updates as information changes, and we all know how frequently information changes. The recent updates have been, the recent update that we just made, and it's officially dated today, it's our version 9, is about testing, what to do if an employee tests positive, supplemental wage replacements, and employee transportation. I want to share that all of this has been included in the past. We just have additional knowledge and experience with best practices. So in terms of testing, because that's where we get a lot of energy right now, we followed CDC guidelines on how they think employers should create testing systems. So that is to have initial testing of all workers before they enter a workplace, to do periodic testings of workers at regular intervals, to do targeted testing of new workers or those returning from a prolonged absence, like medical leave, furlough, or working in another location, as we have with people coming in the county right now. And then some combinations of approaches. So how will we handle that? And this is where I want to go back to when it took me 23 days to get my testing results. That was in May or June. Then ag was really actively looking for other testing systems. At that point, we realized that if we made, at that point, the best solution was actually to do bulk purchase agreements with local health clinics. So quite a few ag companies now have bulk purchase agreements where they've gone in and they purchased, dozens and dozens of tests at Pinnacle or Doctors on Duty, and they will send their employees there. So that's an off-site testing option. Now what's become a little bit more available is on-site testing. So we have several vendors. We know of 3 vendors that we've recommended actually in our protocols themselves that local employers are using that are going to employment sites and testing employees. And then if an employer is unable to, for some reason, to facilitate one of these, we always have the state-sponsored public sites. And there is ongoing education in the fields of first of all, there's daily assessment of whether anyone is sick, anyone have contact with someone sick, and then appropriate follow-up in terms of what to do. We have also made available information and resources. And again, this is ever evolving. We've set up a website with a really hot name, MontereyFrontlineCovidVaccine.com. And then we also have an industry webinar coming up next Wednesday that's open to everyone. And we also, although it's the ag industry sponsoring this, we invite any of the essential industry employers to join in. We're going to talk about vaccines, testing, and educational resources, and really on the ground, what does it look like? How can employers get involved? How do you make sure all of your employees know everything they need to know? So on that, I think I'm done with my presentation, and I'm happy to respond to any questions you have, supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim, and to all of the partners who I know worked diligently to prepare this updated guidance. We will take it to the Board of Supervisors for any questions for Dr. Gus or Kim Stimler. Supervisor Alejo, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the Agricultural Worker Protection Advisory, and I want to thank Kim and Norm Groot, Chris Valadez, all our labor friends too, who have recently been working together on vaccine, really setting a model not only for California but for the nation. And as we know that in March, as migrant workers start returning to the Salinas Valley from Yuma or from Imperial or other places, it was important for us to prepare, and our ag leaders were ahead of it. They got on it, as they did just last March when we ordered a shelter-in-place order. 3 days later, they had the first in the nation ag worker protection advisory. So I think we're appreciative, but I think it's important for our residents to know that again, once again, as the new season is about to begin, somebody's mic is on. As we're about to begin the new season, there is planning in place with the support of the industry, with the workshop that Kim just announced that they're going to be holding to go over all these protocols, other resources that employers need. We're trying to facilitate with these so we could better protect workers as we embark on the new season. I also wanted to thank our ag commissioner for setting up that hotline. I think one of the only counties that has such a hotline, so that when there is issues, we can address them with the employers, with the HR departments. And even though there's only been a few, we've been able to address them, working collaboratively with employers to fix them and better protect their employers. And all of them have been 100% responsive to that. So I just wanted the community to know that this guidance is out there, but there's other efforts that supplement this. And most importantly, that these protocols are supported by the industry itself. And so that really helps, I think, making better ensuring that they're being followed in our county. So I want to really commend all the work that has been done. But the important part is that as this rolls out, as employers implement it, as workers return, and as we see issues arise, that we could all continue to work collaboratively to address them, to hopefully have this work in a way that protects as many workers as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez, for serving on this ad hoc committee. Supervisor Lopez, would you like to add anything?
I just echo the comments and thank Supervisor Alejo for his leadership, and obviously in Kim, Norm, Chris Valadez, and everybody that sits around the table every single week. It seems like we're always on, but the work continues, and I know that we've laid a really strong foundation to really take care of our community. As soon as we get those vaccines, we're ready. I think we have to continue to drum that beat and let the folks know that we're not the Central Valley, we're Monterey County, we're the Central Coast, and we deserve access to the vaccine as well. And I know that every partner that we have at the table has been drumming on that. And while sometimes we have setbacks, we know that better days are ahead. And so I want to thank you, Kim, and everybody who's helped put this forward in a way that shows leadership once again statewide in terms of our approach. We're the first to do it, and we're the first to do it right. I mean, to really take care of the people who we rely on. I've heard Kim say over and over, we need our workforce. They are part of our family, and we need to take care of them. And this is how we do it. We make sure that we have good, strong protocols in place and partnership. And so I want to thank you for that. I want to ask one quick question of Dr. Moreno, only because I've heard some kind of conflicting information here. And I saw in Denise's slides, it said that the 10% for education was on top of the county's allocation, and I've heard the opposite. So I'm wondering if we can get some clarification from our staff on that particular question.
Thank you, Supervisor. I hadn't heard that it was in addition to the allocations that we're getting. I thought it was 10% of. I hadn't heard that it was on in addition. So I can check with Daninga to find out. She might have a document that she's received that I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and I can just add in, Dr. Moreno, that is what we were told yesterday from a member of the governor's team and, well, 2 members from the governor's team. So that's our understanding as of yesterday.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you. It's a good question. It's an important question, and I hopefully we can get some additional vaccine through that allocation. That would be great. Supervisor, I'm sorry, Chris Lopez, did you have anything else you wanted to say? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, and thanks again for your work on developing these guidelines. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work in getting these guidelines because this is the place where we experienced the biggest problem last year in the workforce. So I feel more comfortable, especially that Supervisor Lopez and Alejo were involved in the process and working with you in getting these. So thank you.
Supervisor Adams, any comments or questions?
Thank you. Just again, thank you so much. It's a very tricky area with a lot of moving parts. So having people who are engaged with the work like yourself, Kim, is really important, an added element that really adds to the fabric of the work that you've done. And as well, I think, we're also terribly concerned about the well-being of the workers as they return here. And no one wants to see what they went through and everyone went through last year. So whatever we can do to help support this, I think is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add a couple more comments. We have received quite a bit of correspondence from our mayors, from local industry that expresses concern about wanting to know what the plan is to ensure that our community remains safe as we welcome back seasonal agricultural workers and put many others back to work for the season who already live here. And so I would like to ask that this information get shared back to our peninsula mayors and I guess to all of our mayors who had submitted their concerns to the Board of Supervisors. I'd be interested in knowing if this satisfies their concerns or if there's more that they'd like to understand about how these recommendations were made, how they fit into sort of a broader community effort to control the virus. Personally, there's a couple questions that I have. So I know that I've learned a lot about the role that the county has and the limits to the role that the county has in terms of enforcement and ensuring that industry standards are met. And so Cal OSHA really does play, and that's a California role, to set guidelines, to set expectations, and then to do the enforcement around ensuring worker safety. And so I guess one of the questions I have was Cal OSHA requirements discussed by the committee, and was there any consideration of referencing Cal OSHA requirements in the guidelines?
The Cal OSHA emergency requirements are extraordinarily complex right now. So everyone is obligated by law to comply with them, but they are so complex. We do not, as trade associations, feel comfortable trying to decipher them or communicate them.
Okay.
So they're really, really complex and not always implementable, honestly, and contradictory. And there are lawsuits to that effect right now. So yeah, so it is, they're so complex. That's it. We did not feel comfortable other than knowing that they have to abide by them. We don't feel comfortable interpreting for Cal OSHA.
Okay, is that something that our workforce needs additional technical support with? Is that something?
And Kim, if I could jump in there,
Please.
just
Thank you,
have some
Supervisor.
experience on this one. So when there is a workplace outbreak, the direction is, to have a conversation with your local health department. And that's where we become that safety net in terms of what's required by OSHA and what's not required, and where some of that interpretation happens to help guide through that process. So that's kind of getting beyond the scope of what this new document is in, but in terms of the role that the county plays in that function, that's where that comes into play, and where we always have a piece in that conversation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I know that early on there were some, some of the schools were trying to reach the health department. Is there a direct line or a direct number for our agricultural partners to reach? And are they receiving the kind of feedback and response from the health department that they need?
There is, and they are. I'll share just from what I know in the last few days. I've had several conversations about this and heard stellar reviews about our staff and the way that they've quickly responded.
Fabulous. I love to hear that. And then two other just sort of questions or points. And again, I wasn't in the conversation that led to this, so just to make sure I can answer questions when they're posed to me. We're finding right now that there's a decrease in the interest from the community in taking advantage of the state testing that we have available. So and I appreciate the testing addendum that's on here referencing the online access to the LHI sites. Do we have a direct contact at LHI who could make testing appointments available to employers who wanted to access that without having to go through that cumbersome online program? Or have we explored how we can make a specific hour of the day available for walk-in for certain employers if they wanted to take advantage of that? I think that finding a way to maximize our utilization of those tests is important. It's great that the health department is available if there's a confirmed outbreak within a workplace or a community, but without testing, we're not going to know that that's the case. And so I'd like to find a way that we can maximize the utilization of the testing that is available here in the community. I mean, that's a question for Dr. Moreno or the health department. And that question is, would there be interest? I mean, is that even worth an issue worth pursuing? Kim, please go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I'll go first. I definitely think if we could make, especially, although the Soledad site is drive up through, which I think is a great model. And then the North County site, I think they're the two sites from listening to Dr. Moreno that aren't used as much. And I think they are in communities that would use them. The more user-friendly we can make them, and the more accessible they are. So I have lots of ideas. Employers registering people is a great idea. Anything that's employer-based increases the efficacy of any system we have. So yes, there would be more use if we could make it easier and make it more the responsibility on the employer to register. So, and Dr. Moreno?
Yeah, sure. So, Chair, ask you, the Optum sites do have walk-up hours, and we can, I don't remember exactly, I think it's 2 to 3, or it's sometime in the early afternoon, mid-afternoon, they have walk-up hours. But we can also work with OptumServe to determine whether or not they can take either the walk-up hours or other hours and dedicate some time slots for groups of individuals, like employees of either ag employer or other employer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that would definitely be worth pursuing, especially since the capacity is currently available. And then my last question is, as we talk about, ensuring that people feel safe in their place of employment, I believe, and Supervisor Alejo, I may ask you to elaborate a little bit, but the relationship that the county has had with CRLA, so that if an employee does feel unsafe or if there are issues that need to be resolved, I know we have the hotline for the Ag Commissioner, but is there a role for CRLA to play, or to be made, their resources be made available to employees who have concerns or need additional support, ensuring workplace safety?
Is that for me?
Yeah, I think
Oh.
I think you had mentioned that at some point in the past, and I'm
Yeah.
just interested in understanding what role they could play, and if there's a need for additional CRLA support moving forward.
No, I think, well, first of all, we did do a hotline, but in terms of questions of, I think both of housing and employment questions, because there was a lot of confusion about sick leave, changes to state law during the pandemic, that the CRLA has a hotline where they help workers answer any questions regarding workplace issues during the pandemic. And I think that's a statewide hotline number. But there is several local offices, CRLA offices in Salinas, Watsonville, and Gilroy. But
Okay,
I think they're handling those over the phone. That is a resource for workers, and I actually referred workers both with housing issues or employment issues when they become more technical.
Okay, thank you. So maybe, and I know this is an advisory for employers, but I would be interested in seeing us add the phone number for the county hotline as well as the CRLA hotline for anyone who needs the information in an easily accessible location. And then my last question for Dr. Janine, Dr. Gus, I've had a number of phone calls from school principals or school site administrators. And in our conversations, it becomes clear that they're not aware of the resources that are available to families, the isolated housing that we have available that the county is providing, some of the additional nutrition services, some of the testing services. Right now, we're working on expanding access to the FEMA burial benefit that's available. Is there something more that we as a county can be doing to ensure that all of the site leaders who are interacting on a day-by-day basis with families know what is available in terms of benefits to families right now?
Absolutely. I'm so glad to hear that you are getting those calls. We give all of those communications to the district superintendents and the charter school leaders, but we definitely can start sending out all of that information directly to principals as well. And we can put all of that information in one easy to find place on our website and start directing school principals and other school personnel to our website to find all of those resources. So
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, I think it could be helpful. I was talking to a teacher last night who had a family that she was trying to figure out how to get them isolation housing. And I said, we have a program for that. She was like, what? I had no idea. So I think the more we can promote these programs and resources that we are investing in, the more likely people are going to be able to use them. Okay, I'm going to take it out to public comment for any further public comment for anyone who hasn't already spoken in public comment. I see one hand raised by Sonia Kohler. Sonia, we'll do 2 minutes, and you can unmute yourself. We will give Sonia Kohler permission to unmute herself and allow 2 minutes on the clock. Thanks for joining us today.
There we go. Thank you. It took a moment for the unmute button to come up. I'm Sonia Kohler with Bright Beginnings. Thank you for taking my public comment and these great presentations. And I love all the collaboration happening as a collective impact expert. It really is great to hear between industry and public sectors and between public sectors. And I just want to share, Dr. Gus shared the schools that are open currently. And I just wanted to share with you that at this point, about 90% of our early childcare is open, our licensed childcare, and we have our informal providers as well. That's at 100%, we're a total of 1,600 in our workforce that serves 10,000 children. So just giving you some numbers there. And just as we're having an influx of migrant workers coming in, that means we also have an influx in our early childcare centers as well. So working closely together with agriculture is important to ensure that we get the vaccines out there for families and those taking care of their children. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Janine, we've got you up next. If we could allow you to unmute yourself, and we've got 2 minutes on the clock.
Thank you, Chair Askew. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Alejo. He brought up about strategy and talking about strategies in terms of vaccine distribution, which we believe is critical. And there's nothing more important than getting those vaccines to the people that have the highest mortality rate and the highest infection rate. So To hear about strategy being talked about and going to be reported out is fantastic. Also want to thank the ag community for stepping up in terms of taking on testing and trying to further the testing in the community in the ag world. But the slide that Dr. Moreno showed with the decline in testing probably was the most disturbing slide that we saw today. And we know it's not unique to Monterey County. We know it has to do with people thinking that the vaccine's here and all we have to do is to get a vaccine. Oh, I used my time off. I don't have any extra time off, so I'm not going to go get a test. I don't have any money available to me. I don't have any housing available. So there's all those excuses that are out there. So I guess my ask would be to, in addition to having a strategy on vaccine distribution, to continue to also talk about new strategies on testing. Perhaps we offer incentives to people to go get tested. But I think there's a lot of great brain power out in our community that can help continue to develop strategies and work, all of us working to collaborate. We're still, the hospitality industry continues to struggle. We lost 1.8 billion last year, which we all know. But the one thing that goes unmissed is that 85% of our hospitality workers live on the peninsula. So ironically, they are being adversely affected by the equity metrics. And we really need to figure out a way how to get the people that live on the peninsula that are part of that equity equation back to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us for the conversation. I don't see any other public comment online. Is there any public comment in the audience? I don't see any public comment in the audience. We'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for any final direction.
Madam Chair, I think on the Ag Worker Protection Advisory, we needed some action to approve because it's a coalition of different ag associations, the ag commissioner, and the county.
Yeah.
Janine, your mic is on. But to continue to have our logo on this coalition listed on the advisory, I wanted to make a motion that we approve the advisory so that it could go out publicly and be posted.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Alejo, a second from Supervisor Lopez to approve the 2021 Advisory for Agricultural Worker Protections during COVID-19 pandemic on the Central Coast version 9.0 with a testing addendum page. Do we have a roll? Do we need to do public comment specifically for that? We are going to do public comment specifically for that motion. Is there any public comment on that motion? Seeing no hands raised, I'll bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, so
yep.
Just a question. So the board's asking to post that, is that right? It's not, we're not.
To add our logo, I think was the key.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, we're voting to add our logo. So we'll clarify the motion that we're voting to recommend that we add our logo to the advisory.
And what I mean by posting it, it's that Kim usually posts it and distributes that after we give the final approval. That's what I was referring to.
All right, that sounds good. And with that, I would just ask that we add the information about the ag hotline and the CRLA number, and then continue working to ensure that the LHI testing sites are as available as possible to any employer, whether it's agricultural or otherwise, who wants to support their workforce accessing those tests. Could we get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye, but just clarification, this document already got vetted by the ag and by the ag partners, and this is an employer document because it's protocols for the employers. This is not necessarily where you list numbers for workers to call, because it's an employer document. But I do think the other information about CRLA should be added to our ag commissioner's webpage or other online resources, but it's not the perfect place for this kind of a document. I don't know what Supervisor Lopez may think on this.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is really facing the HR department and within a company, and that's the intent. So I think that direction can be to county staff to promote in other avenues, but I think this document is what I was happy to lend my second to.
I agree with that.
All right, well, let's take that clarification and call for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you. And with that, we've voted to add our logo to the advisory. I don't believe, was there any other direction that we were looking to give as a result of today's briefing? We have consensus to move forward with the letter to the multi-county health entities. That doesn't need a vote. Does staff need any other direction? Are we good? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up from Nick Chulo. So with that, I think we will thank everyone for joining us today and for continuing to engage on this important issue so that we can keep our community safe and get our economy back reopened safely. We will move on to item number 16. Item number 16 is to receive an update on renewable energy requirements for indoor commercial cannabis cultivators and direct the Housing and Community Development Planning staff to amend Titles 20 and 21 of the Monterey County Code to align with a renewable energy requirement of comparable jurisdictions or the state. And we will welcome Ashley Paulsworth, our Sustainability Manager, and Joanne Iwamoto, our Cannabis Program Manager, and Craig Spencer to present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Askew, members of the board. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program, and here with me today are Ashley Paulsworth, the Sustainability Manager, and Craig Spencer, the HCD Planning Services Manager. Kelly Donlin, Deputy Counsel, is also available for questions. And I'd like to share my screen for our slide deck. Okay, so today we are here to present a report on renewable.
We don't have your screen shared. Did you want to try that again?
Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Are we good now?
There it is. Okay, thank you. Yep, it's up.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sorry. Today we are here to present a report on renewable energy requirements for indoor commercial cannabis cultivators. We'll recommend that direction is given to the Housing and Community Development Planning staff to amend Titles 20 and 21 of the Monterey County Code to align renewable energy requirements of comparable jurisdictions for the state. The program presented this report to the Board of Supervisors Cannabis Committee on October 30th, 2020. The committee directed the staff to present to the full board. The current regulations identifies that Monterey County is the only jurisdiction to require indoor cannabis cultivators to have on-site renewable energy. Attachment A provides the staff analysis of requirements by the state and other jurisdictions. Examples of what other jurisdictions allow are procure renewable energy from an approved provider, purchase carbon offsets proportional to power utilized from non-renewable sources, and implement an on-site renewable energy solution. Currently, there are 17 indoor cultivators in operation in the unincorporated area, where most of these are operating in the Moss Landing Commercial Park. These indoor cultivators represent approximately 20% of the cultivators within our county, and their average canopy size is about 1/10 that of mixed light operations. And now I would like to pass this over to Ashley, who will discuss the pros and cons of renewable energy requirements.
Thanks, Joanne. So I just wanted to kind of share some of the pros and cons, as Joanne had mentioned, to provide some helpful context for the presentation. So, basically installing solar on site, it does generate local supplies of energies, which, typically means that you're going to have additional local construction and engineering jobs, as well as local power production, which can potentially reduce the strain on the grid from the additional energy needs. And one thing we know is that indoor cannabis with lighting can be more energy intense, and in fact is a relatively energy intense industry, using about 10 times more energy per square foot than a regular commercial office building. So because of that, its energy needs are high, and so are its emissions on a square foot basis. But we do know as well that clean electricity is, one of the most cost-effective ways for us to reduce our carbon footprint. So having a clean energy requirement is one of the most cost-effective measures to reduce emissions. Having solar on site, it also potentially makes operators more resilient to power outages, and could potentially reduce their cost of energy on a kilowatt hour basis, depending on the size and the setup of the solar array. However, in some cases, on-site solar is not favorable economically, or it's not possible because the operator is leasing space, or doesn't have room potentially, and there could also be shading issues. I can think of a number of things. So it could be worth considering some other options for operators who can't install solar on site, and other counties seem to have more than one option for growers, such as subscribing to a 100% clean energy source, such as the prime option that's provided by our community choice aggregator 3CE. So that's all I wanted to share, and I'll pass that back over to you, Joanne.
I believe that I'm up. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Monterey County Planning, or Housing and Community Development now, and I was asked to just go through the process with you. This matter would be direction to the Housing and Community Development to prepare an ordinance that amends our zoning chapters, which by law requires that we develop an ordinance, get a recommendation from our Planning Commission, bring that recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for formal adoption, and any amendment in the coastal zone would require certification by the Coastal Commission before it can take effect in the coastal areas. This is important because the Housing and Community Development on cannabis alone currently has direction to prepare updates to the outdoor cannabis regulations, which is another zoning ordinance amendment. We have the work that was done around the environmental analysis, along with about 70 individual land use permit applications that we're working through. We're also developing a North County land use, a North County area initial study that we would bring forward to the board so we can get coverage for those individual growers in that particular area. And then we have some referrals from the Cannabis Committee that we're working on simultaneously. All that together with the other items, including development, processing, general plan implementation, Big Sur land use plan update, vacation rental ordinances, and a number of other things. This would be, if it was made a priority, something that would affect, from a staff perspective, our ability to get to some of the other things that I've just mentioned in a timely manner. But we are willing to and have thought through the ability to add this particular amendment or provision to an ordinance like the one for the outdoor regulations that we're working on currently. That would be amending both sections concurrently in one ordinance, which is a possibility. So we're here to seek direction from the Board of Supervisors, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on that. And I'll turn it back over to Joanne to conclude.
Joanne, you're muted.
I'm sorry. That does conclude our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for joining us today and for the presentation. We'll bring it to the board for questions. Supervisor Lopez.
I don't have questions, but if you're okay with it, Madam Chair, I'd like to make some comments.
Sure. Please proceed.
Thank you. So looking at this, this was a concept that came out of committee to be brought to the full board. When we created the ordinance here in Monterey County, we didn't have 3CE, Monterey Bay Community Power, whatever name you know it by. But the intent of the inclusion of that language back when the ordinance was created was to encourage the use of renewable energies here in Monterey County. And as we've seen other areas become competitive, remember that when we created the overall framework for cannabis in Monterey County, there was no reference point, right? We were much like COVID, building the plane while we were flying it. And we didn't know what revenues were going to look like, what the system was going to look like, and what checks and balances through the whole system were going to be for us. Now we're sitting here today we have the opportunity to look at other communities that have implemented similar programs to ours, and we're the only one that has this requirement. And my goal and my support for this came from the fact that I want to remain competitive. I want to be the place that people look to as a great place to do business. And I think coming into line with that while still requiring the use of renewable energy speaks to the heart of the purpose of the language that was intended by keeping that requirement that folks use renewable energy. Specifically, I think through 3CE would be a great requirement to make sure that those dollars stay local and become reinvested here to the extent that we can. So I know that in terms of what the staff is looking for today is they're looking for some direction. But the other key thing I want to make sure to highlight for the rest of the board was that date, that July 1st date that was mentioned. That's, a lot of the proposals coming forward are in light of that date. The fact that after that, things will become significantly harder to change in terms of our ordinance and policies. And so making sure that we change what we can to remain competitive within the structure of California while we can is my intent and the reason that I'm supporting this proposal. I want to make sure that as we move forward, businesses look at Monterey County and say that this is a great place to be in the cannabis business. And we know that through everything that we've had to deal with with COVID this year, it's given us the flexibility to do what we need to do to take care of our community due to that tax revenue. And so I think that in light of that spirit and keeping the intent of the original ordinance, that's the reason that I'm supportive and just wanted to have those comments on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yes, I too support this. I think we ought to be in a fair position and have our growers in a fair position with other jurisdictions. And for some of these, it's really very tough to have 100% renewable on site. And so it makes sense to be able to buy renewable energy and contribute to it. So I support it too. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted...
Supervisor, let's go to Supervisor Adams, and then we'll come back to you, Supervisor Alejo.
So I just want to make sure that I am understanding exactly where we're going here, because I don't want us to have any kind of situation that makes it more difficult for people to do business in our county in cannabis. So I saw that the Cal Cannabis renewable energy requirements become effective January 2023. Is that correct? That was one of the things that I had read.
Yes, Ashley, did you want to comment on that?
So those are the energy efficiency requirements that, require, that's at the state level, requiring efficient lighting for indoor growing operations. And yes, they would be part of the 2023. That's when they would go into effect, but I don't know that those are finalized yet.
So what are we being asked to do today then? If I can just ask it in just the simplest terms.
Craig, do you want to provide a response as far as what would be amended in Titles 20 and 21?
Yeah, I believe that the item that's in front of you is a request for direction from the board to prioritize development of an ordinance that would amend our existing cannabis regulations to allow more flexibility in how indoor cultivation can offset their energy requirements. Right now, the ordinance requires on-site renewable energy offsetting 50% of the projected energy demand. What I think Ms. Iwamoto has said is other jurisdictions allow other options for how to achieve a similar result. So we would have to develop a section of an ordinance or an ordinance amending that particular provision of our code to provide that flexibility. And then the next step is the priority of that particular ordinance if we want to get it done before the CEQA exemption expires in July.
So would this come on the docket then before the outdoor grow ordinance?
That would be, so Housing and Community Development staff has an idea that, or a plan to provide as a section of the same ordinance, working on the outdoor cultivation amendments. Concurrently, we could, as one section of the same ordinance, propose that amendment to the greenhouse mixed light indoor cultivation regulations and bring it forward all as one ordinance that modifies multiple parts of the county code. So yes, it would be a concurrent, most likely a concurrent effort with the outdoor cannabis cultivation.
It
update.
sounds like it would actually slow down the outdoor cannabis cultivation, because my understanding was that we were moving more briskly and we were going to be able to have something to the Planning Commission quite soon, certainly before July of 2021. The hope was that we would have something that would be complete by about April, which would make a big difference to the people who are interested in trying to do outdoor grow for this year.
It would be additive of the work we're doing. I think that we can incorporate it without significant delays in the timeline for the outdoor cultivation, depending on the complexity of the language that we end up having to develop to implement the particular revision that we're discussing today. But I think if it's just the one policy and we have the direction that provides us, provide the flexibility to allow the industry to participate in the prime program through 3CE or something to that effect, that we could fairly easily incorporate that revision into the ordinance we're working on already.
I certainly would like to see what you've described, especially regarding 3CE. I think that would be wonderful, but I'm not willing to vote for anything that will slow down a project that we attempted to put in place 5 years ago, which was the outdoor grow pilot. So I'm a little kind of taken aback that we're suddenly talking about merging two things together because I mean, Craig, can you really tell me that this is going to be done by April, that it's going to be able to go to the Planning Commission as soon as we had been looking forward to in planning? I mean, we haven't even started on this second part. I guess I just don't want to see it outdoor grow model pilot bogged down yet again. And that's what I'm hearing here. And I cannot help but think that that's what will happen.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think that from a staff perspective, the work is most efficiently incorporated into the ordinance we're working on for the outdoor cultivation item. We can make it a separate ordinance that would take entirely separate effort, and I think would add to the amount of effort we need to put into making this particular revision. So that would be something we'd look to the board for direction on. Should we incorporate the edits that are being discussed today into one ordinance, thereby, I think, allowing us to have one process to consider both amendments rather than two separate ordinances, two separate Planning Commission.
I hear what you're saying, yeah. So could staff make a promise to me that if it looks like it's getting bogged down and will not, and that therefore the outdoor ordinance will not be on the track that it was, that you would return to us so that we could bifurcate the two, so that we could move forward and allow those poor farmers who've been waiting for 5 years to move forward with their projects?
I think the answer to that is we could bifurcate this provision at any point along the way.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, and thank you for providing all the additional information to answer Supervisor Adams' questions. I guess so what you're looking for right now is direction to proceed to take this through a process that it would ultimately come back and the board would have to take action and vote on a final outcome. But you're looking for direction to should we pursue that at this point? Am I clear there?
Yes, we are looking for direction, and it would be helpful to give direction as far as, and I know Mr. Spencer has identified a number of priority items, and so they are trying to juggle many things and accomplish all this work. So that would also be helpful in the direction.
Okay. So I guess the questions that I have, I know that there were reasons why we put, well, first of all, let me back up, and I really appreciate Supervisor Lopez's commitment to ensuring that our local industry is competitive and that we're not putting onerous requirements that prevent Monterey County cannabis indoor operators from competing with those elsewhere in the state who maybe don't have the same restrictions. So totally get that, support that, that from in theory moving forward. I do want to know, though, have any of the environmental groups who may have advocated early on to have this built out the way that it was been consulted, and where would they be consulted in the process, so that if there were concerns, we would, because I don't know at this point, are there concerns in the community? Does everyone agree with this, and is it universally supported? Without that information, I think it's hard for me to give clear direction. I think it sounds like it's the right thing possibly to pursue moving forward with, but I can't commit to, my support of something without knowing sort of where the larger context and community interest is.
So the cannabis program has a monthly meeting with an industry group, and this has been one of the topics that has been discussed. And as I had mentioned, we had brought it forward to the cannabis committee where there was public comment. I do believe there was public comment submitted by the executive director of MCCIA, which is the local cannabis industry group. And so I do believe we do have that support. Craig, I know that you also speak with the industry as well. Are you aware of any support or any opposition to what we're requesting today?
I believe there's support from the industry. I'm not aware of any potential opposition outside of the industry. We have not done that outreach, and if it's the board's desire that we do the outreach, that again is a factor in whether or not it should be included with the same ordinance that we're working on for the outdoor cultivation component, because additional outreach and of that sort would likely delay the ordinance preparation for this particular revision.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
I know Supervisor Alejo was trying to make comments earlier. I don't want to jump the line if he's still waiting.
Sorry, Supervisor, does your hand work, Supervisor Alejo? Sometimes I'm not sure if you wanted to comment or not, but we'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to express my support for this going forward and having our county have parity with the different changes that have been made in state law for other counties. So I think that's fair. It's creates a level playing field. And I think our staff have, this came to the Cannabis Committee, and I think it's the right steps forward on this particular issue. Thank you.
And Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to express, when we look at the shifting world right now of regulation at the state level and here locally on cannabis, I know that there's a very important date of July 1st. And there's a lot of priorities that we have, including that outdoor cannabis program that, we've already put together once, and I know it didn't quite work. So we're going through a revamp and trying to make that work as well. And there's other ideas at the table as well, but the deadline is very short. And what I want to do is say thank you to Craig Spencer, who's been a workhorse. I mean, in terms of this program and in terms of the entire department now, with a lot of folks having left, Craig is our history, right? He's the one there who knows what's happening, who knows where everything's buried and knows where to avoid the pitfalls. What I want to be clear with about this board on that deadline is now's the time for us to make the changes we need to make in order to be able to do it efficiently and quickly to make sure that this industry thrives here. And if that takes an additional investment from us, whether that's an outside consultant or more in-house folks, for a short term, this is that time to do it. These next 5 months is our window. And after that, the big window is closing. And I don't want us to trip over ourselves and compete over things because they all need to get done before the middle of this year, in my mind. And so bringing things like this forward, which is a true up and a cleanup, is important. And I just want to make sure that we're all aware that that deadline is looming and we need to be able to make these things happen quickly. And I know that right now we're sitting on a depleted cannabis fund, given the decisions that we've all made together to support our community. But at the same time, this is a window for us to make decisions that are going to positively impact that fund long run. So just wanted to make sure that I had those feelings expressed here.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And not everybody agreed to that depletion of the fund, but as it may, is this going to have a cost impact to the cannabis farmers, the growers themselves?
I don't believe it will. It will provide the ability for them to either provide on-site renewable energy or some other option, which would probably be in the form of a financial contribution towards other statewide efforts that accomplish greenhouse gas reductions or energy reductions, statewide or local programs. So there is a cost to providing on-site renewable energy, and there's also a cost to participating in those programs. I don't think that it would be a financial impact to the industry or the county to make the revisions at this point, unless we hire consultant services to help.
Thank you.
Right, is there any other, did we already go to public comment on this? Let's go to public comment on this item. Any public comment? I see Joey Espinoza. We will unmute you and allow 2 minutes for public comment.
Are you guys able to hear me?
We are. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks. I'm out at one of these greenhouses. The internet's not so great. So thanks for bringing this to the agenda. I appreciate it. I think I wanted to just share some stuff regarding this topic. I have a client that I've been working with who's working to get a use permit, and we were trying to go down the path of meeting this requirement. He was proposing about 5,000 square feet of cultivation, and he was going to get solar panels on 2 buildings on the site, which would have been a total of roughly 20,000 square feet, where we would have solar panels on the top. And it basically was determined that with all of those solar panels and spending about 500,000, we would probably only be able to account for 12% of our energy use. So it just doesn't seem like a feasible regulation in sense of actually accomplishing it. I don't think that we can ever get there by doing it on site. I think there is obviously a cost to growers, both methods, whether you're doing it on site or you're going to be purchasing it. I think one of the keys here is being able to change the ordinance and remove the language that says it has to be on-site renewable energy. I know what Chris is saying about potentially using the local programs. So obviously that's an option to be discussed, but I think the quickest path is removing the term on-site. And I'm just supportive of that. And I hope that that the board can give direction to staff so that we can get this done, because there are people that are operating now that want to complete their use permit that probably can't complete it until this is changed. And there are certainly new people that want to get into the queue once this is figured out. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your insight with us. Any other public comment? If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you need to press, I believe it's *9. I have to look every time, *9, so we can call on you. Seeing no additional public comment, we will close public comment on this item, bring it back to the board. Sounds like Supervisor Adams has some concerns about being able to adequately proceed on all efforts effectively by the timelines that Supervisor Lopez would like to ensure that this particular item is completed by. Do we want to, what direction would you like to give?
My will is to move staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips. The second, I believe, was from Supervisor Alejo. And that would be to have staff proceed with amending Titles 20 and 21. Supervisor Adams, did I hear you speaking again?
No, you did not.
No. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Very good. And I think I'm happy to support moving forward. Although I do think it's important that we ensure that those who may have concerns are brought along so that they don't show up at the last minute and derail the work that we've done. So I would encourage us to reach out to those who may have opinions that need to be heard and their perspectives get included in the process moving forward. With that, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
I'm just still so uncomfortable with this. I wish I mean, I see that we've already got 3 votes. I know that. You know, forgive me for this, but just because I'm not really comfortable with it, I just feel like I should not vote yes just automatically. So I think I'm going to register my vote as a no, because I'm sorry to admit that I just am not clear how the whole thing is going. So thank you, but I'll vote no.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And I think I'll just, if at any point in time there is additional staff support or staff resources needed to move things forward on the timeline that we're talking about needing to meet, please do alert the Cannabis Committee so that the board can provide appropriate direction about how to meet all of the timelines. And with that, we will call that a motion carried and move along to item number 17. Item 17 is a public hearing continued from February 9th, 2021 to consider an appeal by Leonard McIntosh from the September 30th, 2020 Planning Commission decision approving an amendment to a combined development permit to allow construction of a 22,137 square foot, 2-story, 15-unit residential apartment building on vacant lot number 5 of the Laguna Seca Office Park and approving a general development plan for lots 2 through 7, 9, 11, 15, and 16, and portions of lot 10 and 19 of the Laguna Seca of the LSOP to allow residential and or commercial uses on any single lot such that the cumulative total of residential square footage across all lots covered by the general development plan does not exceed the cumulative total commercial square foot across the LSOP. We will open the public hearing, and I believe we have a 30-minute presentation from Jamie Guthrie, our Associate Planner. Do we have Jamie on the line? We are looking. Jamie, we are promoting you to a panelist. Hang tight. All right, Jamie, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh, here you are. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. We just got you unmuted, so you're good to go. Thank you again.
May I share my screen? Somebody seems to be.
Yes, we have your screen up on our screen here. Nope, we don't. We did.
I will. I will be happy to share my screen if that's okay.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay,
great. Thank
Here
you.
we
Thank you
go.
thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Askew and Supervisors. My name is Jamie Scott Guthrie, Project Planner for PLN 170765, the McIntosh Laguna Seca Office Park General Development Plan and Lot 5 Apartments. Before you today is an appeal subject to a de novo hearing. The applicant for the project is appealing the Planning Commission's September 30th, 2020 decision to approve a general development plan and construction of an apartment building on Lot 5. The applicant is appealing the Planning Commission approval based on the requirement of 35% affordable housing requirement. Pardon me, I just need to I apologize. I've just I was a little thrown off by the. Okay. All right, here we go. The project is in the Laguna Seca Office Park in the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan. It is zoned visitor serving and professional office in the Urban Reserve Zoning District with overlays for building site, design control, and site plan review. The Laguna Seca Office Park shares a boundary with Ryan Ranch in the city of Monterey. And the city of Monterey is shown here on slide 2 on the left in blue. The general development plan would apply to the lots whose owners agreed to the general development plan. These lots are shown on slide 3 with these solid color polygons. The GDP would allow the lots to build more the square footage as residential use, as long as the total residential use in the entire subdivision does not exceed the commercial square footage. If the GDP is approved, the applicant proposes to build a 15-unit apartment building on Lot 5, shown here on slide 3 in red. Although this is a commercial subdivision, an all residential development may be supported through the general development plan. The GDP lot owners would relinquish residential development potential to the LSOP pool of residential square footage allowed throughout the entire subdivision. The Planning Commission approved the project subject to the 2010 General Plan Policy LU-2.19 that requires residential housing proposals conform to 25% inclusionary housing plus 10% workforce housing for a total 35% affordable housing provision. This calculates to a provision of 4.9 affordable units. The applicant appealed the Planning Commission approval of the project, contending that the 35% affordable housing provision is infeasible. The project is subject to policy LU 1.19, also known as the DES of the 2010 General Plan, because the project proposes 5 or more units outside community areas, rural centers, or affordable housing districts, which have been identified as areas to focus development in the county. The appellant contends that the Monterey County Code Inclusionary Housing Ordinance is the applicable affordable housing requirement, although the ordinance has not been updated and the general plan is above the ordinance in land use law. The appellant also contends that the 35% requirement is contrary to state housing law and to the county housing element. Based on communication with California State Housing and Community Development staff, California HCD concerns about the 35% requirement are rooted in having the DES requirement analyzed for constraints in the housing element. Although the county's housing element was certified by CAHCD after adoption of the DES. And when I say CAHCD, that's California Housing and Community Development. CAHCD does not have any prescriptive assessment specific to the application of the 35% requirement to this project. In communications with California HCD, county staff is encouraged by state staff to continue working with the applicant to reach an agreement on affordability provision. And in fact, state housing law promotes the creation and protection of housing at deeper affordability levels across a community's range of income levels, which the Planning Commission decision would accomplish. The chart shown here on slide 5 shows applicable regulations to this project. The appellant is requesting a 20% affordable housing provision of 2.8 units by building one low-income unit, one moderate-income unit, and then pay fees in lieu of the 0.8 fractional unit. And that applicant proposal is shown on the bottom row on slide 5. The second row on slide 5 shows the Planning Commission approval that was based on application of the DES combined with state density bonus law that brings a 35% affordable housing provision to an effective 28.57%. This would be by building 4 total units and waive fees in lieu of a 0.9 fractional unit. At least one of the 4 units is required to be affordable to a very low income household, so the density bonus law can be applied to provide a concession to the developer. Staff suggests this level of affordability is feasible based on independent review and analysis of the data. Affordable housing requirements will result in lower profit margins for the developer and longer time to recover costs of initial investments. Staff, the Housing Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission all considered the pro forma data submitted by the applicant before making a recommendation and a decision. The pro forma data itself from the applicant shows a profit after 5 years. In addition, as recommended by the Housing Advisory Committee and approved by the Planning Commission, the decision provides a financial incentive equating to a reduction in fees of approximately $250,000 to reduce financial constraints. The basis for the fees reduction is application of density bonus law for provision of one very low income unit. So the fees in lieu of the 0.9 unit can be waived as a concession. If the board determines a greater level of financial incentive is necessary to make the project feasible, an alternative could be to increase the financial incentive provided to the developer. Shown on slide 5, in the row starting with third alternative, further financial incentive could be applied in conjunction with the DES to bring affordable units down to 3 total and waive fees in lieu equal to 1.9 units. Again, this requires providing at least 1 unit affordable to a very low income household and invoking the density bonus law. 3 affordable units reduces the effective affordable housing provision to 21%. That would be 21%, not 35%. So we're working our way down. The next row shows an alternative, a 4th alternative for the board to provide greater financial incentive. The applicant would provide a total of 2 affordable units, which is the number of units the applicant proposes to provide. And the applicant proposal of 2 units is proposing 1 low income unit and 1 moderate income unit. So the applicant proposal does not qualify, is not eligible for incentives or concessions under the density bonus law. The difference between the 2 units provided through the applicant and the 4th alternative provision of 2 units is that it would allow the county to provide affordability at the deepest level by building 1 very low income unit, as encouraged by state policy. With that, staff recommendation is to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission decision, certify that the board considered an addendum together with the Laguna Seca Office Park final EIR pursuant to section 15164 of the CEQA guidelines, approve a general development plan for certain lots in the LSOP, and approve an amendment to the combined development permit that includes a use permit and design approval to allow construction of a 15-unit residential apartment building instead of a professional office building, subject to provision of units affordable to households with the following income levels: 1 very low, 2 moderate, and 1 workforce 2, and applying density bonus law concession to waive fees in lieu of the 0.9 fractional unit. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much, Jamie, for the presentation. I think we're going to move along to the applicant. I think I see Tony Lombardo here in the audience. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Les Gerard, do we do 10 minutes for each our applicant and the appellant? How do we, I don't have my time listed here.
I think that's sufficient, Chair, your discretion.
Okay. All right. Does that sound sufficient?
I hope so. I'll try and try.
Okay, fabulous. All right. I know you've been waiting for quite a while.
If we could put up my PowerPoint, that'll make it faster.
Sure. Do we have the PowerPoint for Tony? Okay, very good. All right.
Thank you, Chair Askew.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Anthony Lombardo on behalf of Mr. McIntosh. This is our third year in the entitlement process, and Mr. McIntosh has expended $800,000 thus far to try and produce this 15-unit project. There were a couple of statements made by staff which I want to address and amplify because they are somewhat inconsistent with what I would say is in the record. The statement that the HCD certified the county's housing element after the DES policy was adopted is technically true because the housing element was certified in 2015, but as you will see in my presentation, the housing element that was certified bears no relationship whatsoever to approve the DES policy. The other statement that was made by the staff that concerns me was said, an independent review of the data shows that a 35% inclusionary housing requirement for this project is feasible. If there was an independent review of that data, it was not presented to the Planning Commission. It is not contained in your staff report, nor has it ever been shared with the applicant who provided staff and the board members with our financial analysis. So I don't know where that information comes from. So if we could go to the next slide. Staff showed you the vicinity of the project. The Planning Commission was very pleased with the location of the housing project. It is in the immediate vicinity of transportation, employment opportunities, and recreational and school opportunities. Next slide. It is a single vacant lot amongst a few vacant lots which could possibly be used for residential development in the future in Laguna Seca Office Park. Next slide. This is the footprint of the building. The building is not a new development for this site. It's a revision to an existing approved office building project. Next slide, which as you can see occupies basically entirely the same footprint as the project. The apartment project actually produces less traffic, less impacts than the approved office project. Next slide, please. The elevations are also quite simple. This is the 15-unit apartment project. Next slide. The office development project that was approved for the site previously. Next slide, please. The condition that we are appealing is condition 18, which states that the applicant has to comply with the development evaluation system, which has not been adopted by the Board of Supervisors, requiring 35% inclusionary housing requirement. The basic legal difficulty for the county in attempting to mandate complying with a 35% inclusionary housing requirement is, plainly speaking, it is illegal. The county ordinance was reviewed by, or the housing element was reviewed by the California HCD in Sacramento,
and the HCD approved a housing ordinance and housing element, which is before you. Next slide, please. In Chapter 18 of the County Code, this is the approved county inclusionary housing ordinance, which provides for 20% inclusionary housing contribution by the project applicant, and that's exactly what this applicant is proposing to do. Next slide, please. Here is where the problem is. Staff was correct that in 2015, state certified the county's housing element as meeting California law. What's important for the board to realize and to look at is what I highlighted there. This is what the state of California approved. It referenced the original inclusionary housing ordinance requirement of 15% inclusionary housing, and references the fact that in 2002, that was increased to 20%. Now, look at the next clause. The county conducted a feasibility analysis to assess the potential impacts of the policy on developers. Oops, we need to go back, please. Developers. That feasibility analysis concluded that most developers would plan for at least a 20% return, with actual returns as low as 10%. The study concluded that 20% would allow a developer to achieve a return of 25% above the typical 20% return. So that study was done by the county 19 years ago. That feasibility analysis is mandated by the state before you change your inclusionary housing requirement, and that's the letter that the county staff received from the state of California saying you have not done a feasibility analysis, you cannot change your inclusionary housing requirement. Keep in mind what this housing element states, that at 20%, developers expect to return 10, at worst, 20% return on their investment. Next slide, please. State has codified the prohibition on enforcing regulations or requirements that impact project feasibility, which is the language that was used, remember, in the housing element from 2002 and 2015 when it said 20% is feasible. The new government code section, which the state has enacted several laws in recent years to prohibit local jurisdictions from stopping housing being developed, it says that the goal of this statute is to increase all housing segments being constructed by curbing the capability of local agencies to render projects infeasible. Next slide, please. So, as part of the Planning Commission presentation, we not only provided the data regarding the cost of construction for this project and the rents and the return for the project, we reached out to lending institutions. This is an email from Steve Weatherspoon from last September. Mr. McIntosh is not his customer, and he states that a 35% inclusionary housing requirement renders the project infeasible, thereby violating state law, because the project would not be able to carry the cost of construction. In other words, at a 35% inclusionary housing requirement, it would be impossible for the project to pay back the debt service that it would require to build it. Mr. Witherspoon knows what he's talking about because his institution is one of the leading lending institutions in Monterey County, including one of the principal lenders for the Chispa Development Company. Next slide, please. You also hopefully received this email from Alfred Diaz-Infante, the president of Chispa, who also echoed the same sentiment, that the 35 inclusionary housing requirement was adopted for the DES in a very different time in 2010, and that is not this time. And you see in the second highlighted paragraph that given the current market conditions, he's confident that a 35% requirement is not financially feasible. The current cost of construction and materials and labor is the highest he has ever experienced, and Chispa is even currently reassessing the subsidies needed to make projects feasible. He then concludes by saying something which I think shows the wisdom of Mr. Diaz-Infante's years in this business is that we need housing of all types, and any housing is better than no housing. Next one, please. This is the letter that the county received from state HCD, which is consistent with what I explained earlier, that if the county intends to try and impose a 35% inclusionary housing mandate, it appears to the state to be a constraint on the development of housing of all levels, and the policy must be analyzed for those potential constraints. The same analysis that was conducted in 2002 to determine whether or not going from 15 to 20% was feasible. Of course, that has not happened. Next slide, please. So we provided the spreadsheet that shows different options, a 20%, a 25%, and a 30% inclusionary housing project, which shows the cash flow, the income, and the expenses, the debt service on the projects. Those show losses for the first 5 years, and these are based on bids from Dan Silveri of Stillwater Construction. He's a housing developer who does a lot of housing projects on the Monterey Peninsula that we received in the year 2018. We increased, for the purposes of providing this information to the staff, we increased those bids by 3%. And here's I don't know how we turn things over to the clerk now, but for the record, but here's a copy of that for the record, a copy of the bid provided by Mr. Silveri. Showing every line item with every expense item for the cost of this project. That bid increased by 3% is what's reflective in these numbers that we've provided to you and to the staff previously regarding the cost of construction. Those numbers do not include other unpleasant realities caused by COVID. For example, the cost of lumber over the last year, not reflected in Mr. Silveri's bid, has increased by 180%. So the lumber cost in this bid went up by almost $400,000 over the original bid provided by Mr. Silveri. What we did was left that at only 3%. So these numbers understate the cost dramatically. In fact, Mr. Silveri stated that it's likely the cost would be about 15% higher, not 3%. Next slide, please. As you can see for the 5-year projection, this gives you an idea of how de minimis the return on this project is, even at 20%. You have a roughly 0.75% return on investment after 5 years as a result of the 20% inclusionary housing. In fact, the only reason this project is even potentially feasible is that the McIntosh has already purchased and own the site. So, may I conclude, Madam Chair?
Yeah, please conclude. We're out of time.
Yeah. So in conclusion, the 35% requirement is not legal. It's not feasible, and the board. We respectfully request the Board of Supervisors follow the state's direction in approving the project with the inclusionary housing ordinance and housing element consistent requirement. We also referenced three other conditions which are impediments to this housing. 14, which precludes us from putting any advertisement that the property is for sale. 22, which requires us to have a biological consultant on site when the EIR identified no biological resources. And 23, which precludes us from operating heavy equipment except between 3 and 7 p.m. at night. The applicant would, of course, comply with the noise ordinance of the County of Monterey, so there's no reason for that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to respond if there's any public comment, but that's the end of my presentation.
Of course, thank you. So we also allow 10 minutes for the appellant, Leonard McIntosh. Is the appellant with us?
Yeah, I made our presentation.
Okay, perfect. So we finished it up. We allowed some extra time. So with that, we will bring it back to the board for any questions. Colleagues?
Chair, the staff might want to respond to.
Okay, we have some staff responses first. Okay, we'll do some staff responses first, and then we will bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, is there anybody else in the public who wanted to speak? I don't know that you called for public comment. I don't know if there is anybody, but.
No, I have not yet called for public comment. Usually I do that after.
Normally we respond after all the public comment.
Okay, very good. So we'll do, so let's bring it back to board questions, and then we'll go to public comment and then have staff respond. Okay, so board questions. I don't see any hands raised. I did have 2 questions. It would just be a staff to give us a reminder where the county is in terms of meeting our RENA goals and how this would help us. How close does this get us? Have we met these goals yet? Are we still in need of additional housing for the low and very low units?
If I may, Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sure Jamie could answer this as well, but Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development again. We've actually met our RENA goals for very low income units because of a number of agricultural employee housing projects that have been built in the county within the last year or two. Where we are not meeting our goals are at the low and moderate income levels. And so we're also, I believe, meeting our goals at the overall housing projections. And I think Darby Marshall's on here as well, and he can speak more authoritatively on that item.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. Thank you. And then is a calculated in lieu fee sufficient? Would that provide enough money to fund the required number of units elsewhere? It's a redundant question, I suppose, but if you could comment on that.
Yes, yeah. So my understanding is yes, the in lieu fee could be used to provide housing elsewhere. And again, Darby Marshall on the line, he can answer that.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments or questions? I should say questions at this point.
You got a few hands raised.
Oh, your hand. Oh, I don't see your hand. Okay, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, Supervisor Adams also has her hand raised. Well, first of all, I just wanted to kind of ask for clarification from council on the issues raised by HCD. I think our council has a different interpretation of what is actually addressed in that letter. Maybe if Ms. Strimling could give us her take on what was said in that letter from the state.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. The letter from HCD says that the county did not analyze the 35% DES requirement in the housing element, and it needs to analyze whether or not it is a governmental constraint, and it should do so either by amending the current housing element or in the next cycle of the housing element. But the HCD was somewhat incorrect in terms of its belief that the DES hasn't been adopted, and the chair also made that same comment. I mean, the applicant made that same comment. In fact, the LU 1.19 has some very specific criteria in addition to the 35% affordable, and the county has been applying the DES to projects to which it's applicable for the last 10 years. In fact, the county applying the DES has been upheld by the Superior Court in a different project. So we have been applying the DES, but the HCD does want the county to analyze the 35%. I will point out, however, they didn't say it was illegal, and there is state law that provides when the HCD certifies the housing element, there's a presumption of its validity, and HCD has not threatened a lawsuit over the housing element. But even if the HCD letter could be read as not allowing us to impose a 35% requirement, in fact,
the Planning Commission did not impose the 35% requirement. They, based on the provision of the very low unit, they waived 0.9 fractional unit, which comes down to 28.5%. And as Ms. Guthrie pointed out, the board has some other alternatives using density bonus law, where, for example, it could require the applicant to do 2 units. If one was very low, then the board could waive the remainder of the in lieu fee, and we would be at a 14% requirement. And HCD conceded that, yeah, the 20% was analyzed in the housing element as a governmental constraint. And so anything in the vicinity of 20% is not barred by HCD. The other point is that there's another general plan policy, LU 2.13, which provides that the county should have an affordable housing ordinance that provides for 20% inclusionary plus workforce one. The HCD 5% workforce one. HCD did not comment on that provision at all in its letters, so it is not rendered inapplicable, as applicant states in its most recent letter to the Board of Supervisors. And in fact, because the extra 5% isn't affordable, it's workforce, so it's above 120% median income. It's not clear that it is a governmental constraint that would raise the same issues for HCD. The 25% is a requirement of the general plan on which HCD didn't comment. And I want to make one further comment regarding the argument that the state law has changed and requires a feasibility study. In fact, state law was changed in 2017. The law was enacted then. I think it went into effect in 2018 to require a feasibility study if a project was going to be conditioned on requiring more than 15% lower income units. That's 80% of median. That is not anything that the county was requiring. So from a technical legal standpoint, a feasibility study was not required. So I just wanted to point those things out from a legal perspective.
I appreciate that, and it lets us know as we deliberate and ask questions that there's potentially another option here of the 25% that wasn't thoroughly, I think, fully evaluated by the Planning Commission, but it might be something that we can get here. Because I do have concern, I'm not a big fan of the in lieu fees, right? Because I deeply believe that every part of Monterey County should be working in as we approve projects to develop units in all parts of the county, for the low and medium and workforce housing. And I think that's true with this project. But I also understand, I think, having served in the legislature and having been part of a lot of discussions there, and now as a supervisor, we know that there's a lot of policies that inhibit housing too, and that's why housing is so expensive and it's so hard to get built. It takes years of planning, years of permitting, very expensive upfront costs, and I recognize those hardships as well. So there's like a balancing, one, making sure that projects can pencil out, and number two, that we're also committed to making sure there's more affordable units in all of these projects, but also trying to get to the right number so that they are financially feasible, because the goal is to get that housing built, and certainly additional rental units is very much needed along that 68 corridor as well. So question for the applicant, on the going to the finances of the project, you put up, Mr. Lombardo, you put up a chart about OPEX and vacancy projected losses, I guess. I just wanted you to, if you could put that back on the screen and elaborate, because that really goes to the core of what's feasible financially. And I think that number wasn't clear to me. And considering that there's a very low vacancy rate, there's such a high demand for housing, especially in that part of the county, it seemed the numbers were kind of on the high end for OPEX or vacancy, but I'm not sure what that OPEX projected loss is.
Thank you, Chair
And
Askew.
maybe if they could put up on the screen again, that particular chart so the public
Yeah.
and my colleagues could see it.
It's this page. It's either one of those two. Either one of those is fine.
Yeah, the OPEC and
Oh.
vacancy factor.
Right. So yeah, OPEX isn't another word for a Arab oil conglomerate. It's a contraction of the words operational expenses. So that's the operational expenses of the building. You know, the maintenance, the upkeep, the replacement of, you know, expendables, the landscaping, the painting, all of those things. And then the vacancy factor, Monterey County, you're correct, Supervisor Alejo, the County of Monterey has a very low vacancy factor, but there is still typically a small vacancy factor, and that's calculated in that's the cost of running the building, maintaining the building, and the cost of vacant or the occasional vacancies. I don't know if Mr. Lostrom's on the call. He's the gentleman who actually prepared this analysis, but I think I've described it correctly. I just don't know exactly what vacancy percentage number was used, but it is, you know, low on the Monterey Peninsula. I think we all know that for the exact reason you mentioned, Supervisor, which is there's a desperate need for all rental housing on the Monterey Peninsula. So that's what OPEX is. And
yeah, and I just wanted to point that out because obviously if it's self-prepared, I mean, but there's probably some analysis that could, you know, further scrutinize some of these numbers, but because like if you look at the first year, you know, just by changing those numbers, I mean, it could drastically reduce that projected loss that first year and certainly increase the gains in years 5, 10, and 15 and 20. But I just wanted to raise those points. But my main goal here was just looking at what other options for us to consider today, knowing that perhaps the 30 and I guess back to Ms. Strimling, the 35%, going back to that number, has that been placed in other projects? Has that been litigated in previous cases in this county? It seems like it was presented as it's the a clear, bright line, but I'm not sure that's the actual case here. Obviously, you already told us there's several other options under the general plan for us to consider, but I'm not sure if the 35 has been imposed in other previous projects.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not aware that it has. In one other project, Rancho Cañada Venture, the 35% was not applied because there was a general plan amendment reducing the requirement to 20% for that particular project.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Alejo. I think they were spot on. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. On a positive note, I was really happy to see that a developer would want to put in apartments rather than big McMansions on any piece of property, especially one that would be so conducive to affordable housing because it's on a bus route. It's well positioned for people to go to their jobs in either Salinas or Monterey. So I can see some benefit to it. But there are some other issues that I seriously have problems with. And I must say, just at the outset, I agree with and really strongly support the staff's analysis of the appeal and the recommendations on the project. I concur with the staff's assessment that the project is not infeasible based on independent review and analysis of the data. So both staff, the Housing Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission all considered the pro forma data submitted by the applicant before making the decision and recommendation that we're reviewing today. The pro forma data shows a profit after 5 years, and I think that that's important. One of the things that troubles me more than anything, though, as I look at all of this, is the commitment that we made to ourselves and to the public when we spent about $250,000 to do the Citygate report. And one of the key things within that report, after we had promised ourselves that we weren't going to let it sit on a shelf, was consistency in the decisions that we make within the planning department. And that we too frequently will make exceptions. And I think that's one of the things that we're looking at here. General plan policy, the land use plan 1.19 was adopted after a decade of debates and recognitions that we may want to approve projects outside of our priority growth areas, but only when they can accomplish affordable housing objectives. We have an oversupply of expensive housing, all of those McMansions in every place within our community, but particularly in my district, and an undersupply of affordable housing. I think that we must uphold our policies to require higher thresholds of affordable housing. You know, if a majority of the board supports this appeals and allows the project to move forward with only 20% affordable housing, it's going to be sending a message that we are not going to uphold the commitment that I believe we all have of affordable housing in all parts of our county, but that we would be willing to instead support Mr. McIntosh's concern for not having a 20% return on his investment. This is just such a very challenging time. You know, I appreciate the fact that yes, COVID has caused building materials to increase, but I don't think that that's any reason for us to back down from our own commitment to having affordable housing in all of the districts of our county. It bothers me that we are not able to have affordable housing in my particular district, and people always say it's not in my backyard, but honestly, I don't think that that's true. I think that this would be a perfect place for us to have it. I really liked the option that was presented to us that showed essentially 28.57%, which I know is what the Planning Commission supported, which would give us 4 affordable housing units. I'd like to know a little bit more about the rent that is going to be required, because I think when we calculate what does affordable, what does low, what does very low mean, I've seen presentations from people that are all over the block. So I think it would be important for us to really have a better handle on exactly what we're talking about with rent. But I feel that 28.57 with 4 units, which we need, you know, we need more, many more than 4 units. But I support the staff's analysis of the appeal. And when the time comes, I'd like to make the motion that supports the staff recommendations, deny the appeal, approve the project, subject to the recommendations made in the staff presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said. You took the words out of my mouth, and I will second your motion if that was a motion. We haven't been out to public comment yet, though, so we do need to do that. But Supervisor Phillips hasn't had a chance to make initial comments, so we'll do Supervisor Phillips, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more with Supervisor Adams. I wish this project was in my jurisdiction. I'd love it. And when you look at how the DES is been utilized and applied in these things, and just about all the development we're going to have isn't going to occur in Pajaro, in San Lucas, in Bradley, in San Ardo, and Playos. We're going to be dealing with every single time that we have a development here. And this is a good project. It's a much better use of the property than office buildings, and it's providing the much needed rental apartments for the peninsula, and everybody's complaining that they can't find housing on it. And this is one of those things where we can put so many strangleholds on things that you say, oh yeah, we want affordable housing, but then you're doing everything we can to block reasonable housing and discourage people from investing in housing here. This has less impacts than the office building, and I think as Supervisor Aleo was pointing out, I'd like to explore the other possibility of the 25% affordability. And I think usually I'm like Supervisor Aleo. I don't usually encourage the in lieu of fees, but seeing what was proposed by Mr. Lombardo in conjunction with Alfred Chispa and with the struggles that they had to get their project off the ground at East Garrison, I think that may be something that would be advisable, but that's my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take it out to public comment. We did have one hand raised in public comment. It was a phone number. If you are still here and you would like to comment, please press *9 so that we can allow you to speak. I don't see any phone numbers still on the call right now. So is there any public comment in the room? Any other public comment online? I'm not seeing any. So we will bring it back to, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. I do have hands raised, Darby Marshall, and I thought I saw Jamie's hand pop up. One second here. We do have public comment from Eric Lundquist. Nope. All right. Managing these online meetings is something else, you guys. Eric Lundquist, you may unmute yourself and speak for 2 minutes or not. Oh, goodness. Okay. We will bring it back. If we are able to get either one of those two people who raised their hands back in here, we will go to them. But I see now Craig Spencer has his hand raised. So let's go to Craig Spencer, and we can watch for our public comments to return. Thank you, Craig.
I'll try and be brief. I think Eric Lundquist is actually our new chief of planning, so I'm hoping he doesn't get limited to 2 minutes if he wants to speak. Just a couple of things in response to the appellant's presentation. They talked about being in their third year in the process. This began with a discussion about the visitor serving office park use not allowing a residential use that exceeds the commercial use. So staff came up with this solution to do this general development plan on the entire Laguna Seca office park that would take credit for the existing commercial use. They were able to get some buy-in to that program, but not all. So the general development plan applies to portions of lots. So a lot of that was worked out as part of that process and in conjunction with the applicant over the course of some time, as well as doing the addendums for the change in the project. I think you heard from County Council that application of the DES policy in the general plan is not illegal. And just to try and simplify a little bit, we have two mandatory elements of a general plan that are the topic of discussion today. In our land use element of the general plan, we have a development evaluation system policy that staff is reading to require 35% outside of community areas, rural centers, and affordable housing overlay districts, which is where we're trying to promote growth. In this case, you're not in one of those zones, you're in an overdrafted groundwater basin off of Highway 68, which this project was found to have fewer impacts than the previous office park, or at least consistent with those impacts. So we did do the addendum. I'm sure Jamie can speak ad nauseum about the feasibility analysis that staff has done, but we didn't want to get into that back and forth. And I think what our proposal is we've given some options to the board. We have the land use element again that requires either 35%, we think, in the development evaluation system policy, or 25%, which is in the land use element as well. The housing element needs to be updated to reflect those new numbers, but that land use regulation was in place at the time the other mandatory element of the general plan was certified by the housing office. And the housing office is saying we need to update the housing element to reflect what's in the land use element of our general plan. So we think we've come up with some solutions that would allow the board to approve a concession to make the project more feasible financially. And there's various levels of that concession depending on what level of financial feasibility we would need to get to. And I think one last point is we have since 2010 just about had as part of our long-range planning efforts the need to update our inclusionary housing element to implement the 2010 general plan for at least the 25% requirement. That, again, has not been done, but there was no reference in the appellant's presentation about that 25%. I think that I will stop there and answer any other questions if you have them. And thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you for bearing with us through this. So Eric, were you just trying to get into the panelists, or did you also want to speak?
Well, Eric Lundquist, Chief of Planning for HCD. It's nice to see you all, Chair, members of the board, County Council, and staff. I just wanted to make real quick 2 points. One point that Jamie can focus on, which is in response to the other conditions that are brought up, which we haven't had an opportunity to discuss, and so she can go into those. The other is that there may be other alternatives that the board can consider as well. The appellant has brought up the idea of paying an in lieu fee. There may be the opportunity to discuss collecting an in lieu fee in a certain percentage amount that would go towards providing a deeper level of affordability than just the units on site, but potentially units constructed off site through the collection of that affordable in lieu fee. So just wanted to raise those 2 points. And if you have any questions of me, I'm here to answer those as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I believe Darby had your hand up. Darby Marshall. Did you have something you wanted to add to the mix, Darby? Okay, and then Jamie. Jamie, you have your hand up as well. Did you have any additional information for us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to respond to a couple of things as Mr. Lundquist just mentioned, the conditions, and then I would also like to answer a question that Supervisor Adams had asked about rents. And I wanted to share with you a little bit of the analysis that was done. But Supervisor Adams, what you're looking at on my screen is talking about what affordability a market rate unit would be. So with AMI is the median income, average median income for the area. And a household that would make that amount of money, which is 181% to 200% of the AMI, at 35% monthly housing costs, these households could expect to pay $37.31 to $41.23 per month. Now, the appellant is proposing to offer the rents at around $3,500 for a 2-bedroom, I think 2 or 3-bedroom apartment. So this would be about 31.84% to 35.18% spent by a market rate household at the 25% inclusionary provision. So I just wanted to show you kind of just a base of what the applicant is proposing and what a person making the amount of money at this AMI could afford. And we could see that it would be affordable for a person with this level of income. And then to another point, I will move on to conditions. The conditions that the applicant had talked about, we did address them And we had provided on the dais a memo of corrections, and that memo of corrections included these changes to the conditions. First, we did eliminate the condition requiring the banners, that there be no banners or pennants. So that has been deleted, and the other condition was the biological monitor. Staff did believe that that needed to be to remain in there. The species at question is the California tiger salamander. And that was found to be of low habitat value in the uplands. There would be California tiger salamander within about a 2-kilometer radius, and that instead of a take permit from the wildlife, California State Wildlife, the applicant could have a biological monitor on site instead. And then the constructions of operation were changed to comply with General Plan Policy S-7.9. Instead of specifying certain hours, this refers to the table that limits conditionally acceptable decibel levels to between 60 and 70 because of the York School, which is within 500 feet of the subject property. And thank you for your time, and I will stop share and take any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Darby. Thank you.
Madam Chair, did you want me to weigh in on anything?
Had additional information to respond
Yes,
to questions?
so
Please do.
I do have a couple of comments. One, in 2018, when the 2017 legislative package was became active, the state did take away our ability to require on-site compliance. We have to give applicants an option that does not require them to do it on-site. In terms of calculating the fee, what we would do is take the direction from the board as to how many affordable units and workforce units the board is looking for out of the project, whether it's at the 25 or the 35 or the applicant's proposed 20%, and multiply that by the in lieu fee that has been adopted for the Greater Monterey Peninsula. There may be greater opportunities to leverage those dollars into a larger number of units with deeper levels of affordability. We're looking at other places in the Greater Monterey Peninsula area right now that may have that development capacity, but would need seed money to get them up and running so that we would have viable tax credit projects for financing at the state level. So I just want you to keep in mind, whatever number of percentage you decide to use is how we will, is the number that we then take and either write up as the condition, you have to give us this many units on site, or pay an in lieu fee at that level. If there are any other questions. Oh, and about the RENA. These units, we are 200, we need 155 additional very low income units, 55 low income units, and 248 moderate income units remaining in the 5th RENA cycle. So we're way behind in pretty much every category. So 1 unit of low and 1 unit of moderate, while helpful, I think we need to look at what may be some of our better investments. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Darby, for that additional information. We started on public comment. I don't see the other hands that have come up again, but I do know that we received a late letter. I'm not sure what time it arrived, if it arrived during this presentation or before this, but it did come to our public comment email address. So I will ask the clerk to read that in following the 2-minute public comment timeline.
This is from Matt Hirta. Dear Chair Askew and Board of Supervisors, please consider this MBEP housing team's strong support for staff's recommendation to uphold the county's Planning Commission's decision on September 30th, 2020 for approval of the Laguna Seca Office Park project, including the provision of maximum feasible inclusionary housing requirement within the 15-unit apartment component. MBEP's housing initiative supports the development of more housing supply at all income levels and types across our Tri-County region. Monterey County's DES should be applied to this development. 1, very low, 2, moderate, and 1, workforce 2, which is 150 to 180% of median income, and waiver of an in lieu fee equivalent to 0.9 fractional unit, equivalent to 28.6% on-site affordable units plus incentive. This represents a good compromise. We are very sensitive to concerns about project feasibility, as we want to see all housing projects, market rate and below market rate, move forward under realistic assumptions. Since 2016, MBEP has supported the approval of thousands of new homes across the region, in many cases engaging in these same discussions about project feasibility. We have reviewed the information provided by the developer concerning financial feasibility, and it is not clear that the threshold for infeasibility has been met. Based on the construction costs assumed by the developer, the project costs are over $584,000 per unit. This is very high cost, typically due to paying prevailing wages and other extraordinary costs borne by projects proposing 100% affordable units. We agree that construction costs have escalated recently, but so too have rents. This relationship should be qualified further. There are also other potential problematic assumptions, such as rent increases at 2% versus the typical 2.5%.
Valerie, we've run out of time, so I'm going to cut you off. Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure we were following our process, and that is for public comment that's mailed on the day of the meeting to the public comment email address posted on the Clerk of the Board's website. Okay, so we've got a couple more hands up. I'm just going to, I believe that this issue has been really well studied and discussed by our planning commissioners, by our Housing Advisory Commission. You know, we have staff, and we task them with doing this work. We task them with finding ways to be consistent and fair and bringing forward projects and recommendations and supporting the commissioners to bring their best advice forward to the board. I appreciate the desire and the need, you know, and the fair expectation to turn a profit. But I'm really looking at this, and the 35% inclusionary requirement doesn't appear to me to make the project financially infeasible. It does delay some returns by a handful of years, 5 years. And in fact, what we're talking about isn't even a 35% inclusionary requirement. We're really talking about a 28.6%. So I think, you know, the residents of Monterey County, they need this board to act in their best interests. Our staff, I think, deserves to have their expertise and their work respected. And this recommendation is a good recommendation. And if we as a board consistently overturn the good work of our staff, the good work of our planning commissioners, the good work of our appointed housing advisory commissioners, I'm not sure that that does anyone any good as we move forward with the shared commitment to address the housing crisis that we're facing here in Monterey County. Darby made a comment about other opportunities on the Monterey Peninsula for housing, and I would argue that those opportunities are not in Monterey, and that we already have a tremendous job housing imbalance on the peninsula that contributes to exceptional traffic issues, transportation challenges, and other disparities. I think this is a good project. I believe that there are ways that it can be that it can be completed according to the staff recommendation, The 28.6% inclusionary amount appears to be a very reasonable compromise on everyone's part. So we have a motion from Supervisor Adams. We have a second from myself. Is there any further comment from the board?
I'd like to make a alternative substitute motion.
Please proceed.
I'd like to make a motion that we, just as our distinguished Deputy County Counsel pointed out, there is other options under our general plan for the 25%. That's not far off from what the Planning Commission did via a different analysis, reaching a 28%. But we're at a point where we got to have these projects move forward, especially in this particular corridor. And the fact that this is rental units versus they could have been sold as condos, something different could have been done with this particular property. But the fact is we do need additional rental units. And so I think this is per the general plan. I would move that we get to that 25%, but I know maybe Wendy could help me here because I think they need to prepare some findings as this was different than what was recommended by staff and what was in the packet. So I don't know if we make a motion and it is approved, whether this would have to come back with those prepared findings at a future date.
You could do a motion. I'm sorry.
Let me just
Refer
comment on
to
that.
the chair. I mean, to County
Sorry,
Counsel.
we'll have let's let Les Gerard comment first. Thank you.
Chair, if you were to do something other than approve the staff recommendation, you would adopt a motion of intent and direct staff to return at a future meeting with the appropriate findings. Let me just comment that I think doing something other than the staff recommendation might need some more analysis to come back to the board as to what those options are, because it's not entirely clear for me what Supervisor Alejo is suggesting, except pointing at the 25% target. So another option for the board would be to continue this matter for 2 weeks or whatever, and have staff come back with that analysis so that the board can have all the options. Again, that's just another option, or the motion of intent to direct staff to come back with something with some additional findings.
Okay. Well,
Supervisor Alejo, did you catch all that? Do you want to amend your substitute motion?
yes, but I didn't know if Ms. Trimley was going to add something on this particular point.
No, the same thing about a motion of intent and then continue to a date certain, so that we wouldn't have to renotice the hearing. We'd probably need 3 weeks because given the agenda deadlines, we'd probably need a week to put together the resolution and then distribute to you. I would say to Mr. Gerard's point that staff here, and I'm seeing Craig's hands up, could probably right now give you 2 options with regard to the 25%. One would be just a dollar amount for in lieu fee. The other one, though, would be units. And I can see that Mr. Spencer probably has a proposal, and I would imagine it's roughly 3 units rather than 4 units or something like that. Is that right? Or it's 2 units plus a fee. Craig?
Wendy, this is Darby Marshall, Housing Office. So under the 25%, it would be 1 low-income unit, 1 moderate income unit, and 2.5 workforce 1 units or above moderate income units. And that's without any density bonuses. The applicant
did
yes.
1 very low unit, however, so you could do the financial incentive.
Then if you shifted that low income down to very low, you could waive the fractional in lieu fee of $137,696.
So what does that come out to?
So then they would give us 3 units of 1 very low, 1 moderate, and 1 workforce 1, which in RENA terms is above moderate. And then the balance of the units would be market rate.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but I don't think, I feel like it's inappropriate for us to try to make a decision with numbers coming out on the fly.
Well,
so we do have, so we're so sorry, backing up. So Supervisor Alejo was making a substitute motion. There was some legal guidance about what that substitute motion needed to be legally. I'm going to pass it back to Supervisor Alejo to finish his substitute motion.
Thank you, because we needed that point of clarification with county guidance. So I would make that a substitute motion that we, that it's a expression of intent to bring this back to consider a 25%, and that this hearing be continued to March 16th with this, which is 3 weeks from today, which staff said is what they need, the time needed to be able to properly bring this back to us with further details on what this will look like.
Second, and I was interested in hearing from Craig Spencer about possibly in lieu of fees on the 25% too, but I will second the motion.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
so we have a substitute motion from Supervisor Alejo. We have a second from Supervisor Phillips on the substitute motion. Supervisor Adams.
thank you. I believe that it is appropriate to be able to make a third substitute motion, which I would like to do.
It's inappropriate.
Sorry, Supervisor, it is not. There's only one substitute motion. It got a second, so the order is to vote on the substitute motion that got the second, and then you're back to the main motion.
Okay, could I ask for if there might be a friendly amendment then to the substitute motion?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. And that is that rather than just have it come back with just 25%, if we would bring it back for us to really compare, again, it would be 25% and then the 28.6% to really take a look at what we're talking about. That would also allow for Supervisor Phillips' interest in seeing some additional money that would be given in. But I feel like it would be good for us to have more options than just simply the one at 25%.
I do not accept
Supervisor Alejo, is that a friendly amendment you're willing to consider?
No, ma'am.
No, okay, it is not. So is there any other conversation from the board at this point? And someone has their microphone unmuted.
It's a streaming service.
I guess just the only comment I would like to make is that I'm really deeply disappointed because I feel that we so desperately need workforce, affordable housing on the peninsula side because we have so many workers. You heard Janine Shikarat speaking earlier today about the balance of the people who work in our hospitality industry actually live on the peninsula side. This would just make so much sense to be able to really have it. We need it. We're constantly trying and we're constantly shut down. But I just felt like all of us were so supportive of affordable housing, and yet we have an opportunity and we're not doing it.
We're supportive of housing.
Did you have comments to add, Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, we're supporting of housing, and it's really frustrating when we say we're so supporting on housing and affordable housing, and then we make it infeasible for anybody to build here, and then we say, well, gee, we want more housing, and we throw obstacles in the way. So yeah, it gets a little frustrating at times. So and I wanted to hear, frankly, before we do a final vote, to hear what Craig Spencer, he's raised his hand a couple of times. I'd like to hear that, if you wouldn't mind, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. So we'll go to Craig Spencer, and then Supervisor Alejo has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I think that a little piece of direction to staff will help us come back with a resolution and avoid some need for further hearings or revisions. That one piece of information really boils down to whether or not we're having to provide the 25% on site with fractional fees paid in lieu of, or if we're trying to if we're going the route of allowing the developer to just pay the in lieu fee in lieu of providing those units on, because those are two slightly different approaches.
All right, thank you. So you're looking for direction as we
Yeah.
have a motion and a substitute motion on the table. Okay, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I would just say it's the former, right? And actually having units built there. I think that's what Supervisor Phillips also expressed that we wanted to see, because we want to see the housing units built, not say get the money and do it somewhere else in the county. And the question is whether that ever happens is really an open question. But I did want to just speak to the fact that this is about getting housing built. This is a debate that happens in every city, in every county, all across California, and in Sacramento, from all the developers that say how hard it is to just get housing built. We've been waiting here in Salinas for years now, years in the planning, years in the pipeline, going through CEQA. You know, people are asking to get housing built. This one is ready. Once we get it approved, to get it constructed and get those units, make them available to our residents. I think that's what the people of Monterey County want, not to have projects that become unfeasible and then somebody walks away from moving forward if it's not going to pencil out for him. But I think that's our commitment. And like I said, there's a lot of projects being planned for the 101 corridor on the Salinas Valley side. We also want to see housing in every other corner of Monterey County, including the 68 corridor, that are going to be made, just a few of those units made available for different income levels of our county residents. And I think that's what this motion is about. We want to see the project move forward, not get delayed, make it feasible, make it pencil out so we could get housing built. That's what I think we've heard from our residents time and time again.
All right, Wendy Strumling, do you have additional information?
Just going to clarify that it was one low. Mr. Marshall said one very low, one low, and one moderate. That's 3 units.
Okay, and I see.
And what that would enable is that would enable a waiver. We could, based on the one very low, it actually enables the county to make general plan consistency findings because the very low is consistent with state density bonus law. So it creates the ability to make a finding regarding the general plan consistency.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Phillips?
I just wonder, I mean, we tend to agree a little bit. We're throwing numbers and crunching numbers. It's hard to get a handle on, but and we haven't heard of what our proposal was, which wasn't even addressed by the appellant. So I don't know what.
Okay.
Maybe we need a week continuance or 2-week continuance to further focus on the alternatives, if that's the direction we're going on at 25%.
That's what the motion does, Supervisor. It'll come back to us for further evaluation and details on March 16th.
Okay.
And Supervisor Phillips, the only direction that was being asked for was a preference about whether we do the on-site or whether we allow for in lieu fees, and that was the direction that staff was asking us to clarify. Did you have an opinion on that?
In this case, I would prefer the in lieu fee. That's just me. I think we get more bang for our buck, especially with the Chispa project in nearby. So that's my thought. But
okay, thank you. So I can speak up, and I feel very strongly that the in lieu fees do not satisfy the need for additional housing. I think that the amount of money that in lieu fees, we do have some good projects, but they're not on the peninsula. So I would feel very strongly that the affordable housing components remain on site, which I think I heard from Supervisor Alejo. I heard that from Supervisor Adams, and I have not heard yet from Supervisor Lopez. So why don't we give the mic over to Supervisor Lopez to weigh in. We have a motion, we have a substitute motion, and we've had ongoing conversation. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, from the peanut gallery back here, just want to appreciate the conversation. At this point, I'm prepared to support the substitute motion. I like the idea of on-site with fractional becoming in lieu and supporting other projects on the fractional side, which was the request for clarification that we were being asked for from staff. So that's what I'm supportive of at this time, and it coming back on the 16th for further conversation. Overall, as everybody knows, when we run for office, we run on certain ideas, and one of those for me was housing. It's time to build it, it's time to bring it, and it's time to make sure that it's done in a way that lets developers, make their living, but make sure that the units get built. And this is a project where I see us being able to make a decision that pushes us in that direction, and that's why I'm supportive today. And so that's where I am, and I appreciate everybody's input and staff's willingness to help us think on the fly, but I do think we need to bring it back on the 16th for some written reports with clarification so that we're all comfortable with where we go from there. And for that reason, I'm prepared to support the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I think I don't see any more hands raised. I think we may be complete with our conversation. We'll go ahead. Anthony Lombardo, you're standing at the microphone. Is it appropriate to have a final comment? No?
Your discretion, Chair.
My discretion. Does this sound, are you bringing it back on March 16th?
Yeah, that's what my comment was to be. I was going to request a continuance to March 15th because, like Supervisor Adams, I've had so many numbers thrown at me that I want to go back to the client, who's obviously not here, and discuss what 25% looks like, how that compares to 20%, and provide additional information, have some additional dialogue with the staff. So I was going to request the continuance to the 15th.
All right. Well, it sounds like we're not only doing a continuance, there's a motion to bring back a full recommendation. So we will do a roll call vote.
Just to clarify, that's March 16th.
March 16th, to clarify.
Tuesday.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
No, I really feel that the 28.6% was a fair and reasonable profit option for the developer that would have allowed the project to move forward, and I do not support bringing it down even further. So my vote is a no on this. Okay, the motion carries. We will not proceed down to the original motion, and we will move on to whatever we move on to here. Give me a second. Let me get organized. Okay. Should we adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors first? Okay. So we will adjourn. So, yeah.
Board of Supervisors, I do have a report out of closed session.
Great. So we'll get a call out, a readout from closed session by County Council.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members of the board. Today in closed session, the Board of Supervisors authorized the county to join an amicus brief in the case Sanchez versus Wolf, United States Supreme Court case number 19-1311. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. I do not think we adjourned our East Garrison meeting this morning, so we'll also adjourn our East Garrison Community Services District meeting that we opened this morning. And we will call to order a special joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we get a roll call, please?
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
All right. Glad everyone's here. We are going to consider a scheduled item approving the joint exercises of powers agreement by and among the cities of Watsonville, the County of Monterey, the County of Santa Cruz, the County Water Resources Agency, the Zone 7 of Santa Cruz County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, herein referred to as member agencies, to form the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency, and authorize the chair to sign the joint exercise of powers agreement. We have a presentation from Shauna Murray, our Senior Water Resources Engineer. It is 5:15, and we have 30 minutes scheduled for this, but if there's a way to keep it moving, that would be fabulous. Shauna, do we have you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for joining us, and sorry for the late hour that we're getting to this item, but please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Root Askew and members of the board. And thank you for reading the action. It is quite a long one. I have here with me Randy Ishii, and he's representing the county as the Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. So this item went to the Water Resource Agency Finance Committee on January 8th and was supporting this recommendation. It also went to the Board of Directors last month and was also supported. So last year, the agency brought this item an update of the Pajaro JPA development, as well as some of the negotiating terms to the Board of Directors, as well as the Board of Supervisors, and staff was provided direction to continue to negotiate the JPA agreement. Staff time at the agency associated with these negotiations is included in the fiscal year 21 budget. And once this JPA agreement is in place, if it is adopted today, staff will continue to perform the regular activities that they've been continuing to do and support formation of the startup of the JPA until such a time permanent staffing and funding is developed. So the original Pajaro River Flood Control Project was built in 1949 by the Corps of Engineers, and there's two non-federal sponsors, the Santa Cruz County Zone 7 and the Water Resource Agency, who jointly maintain the levee system. There's been 4 major flooding events since 1949, as soon as 1955, and more significantly 1995, where there was large amounts of inundation and damage and considerable effects to the community. So Congress authorized the reconstruction of the levees back in 1966. It was most recently reauthorized in 2019 by the Army Corps of Engineers, with the director's report being completed. So that was a huge movement forward for this project, which is numerous stops and starts and has had trouble getting to a place where it's at now. But at this point, there's tremendous momentum and a lot of positive things in place to make this a feasible project. So for this new project, which would be flood risk reduction for the Pajaro River as well as the Salsipuedes Creek, there are some key elements that need to be completed. So design and environmental review is key. The CEQA and NEPA process are well underway and should be completed within the next year. The Army Corps has put federal work plan funding in place for design to move forward, where the preferred project can be selected and the prioritized reach could be fully designed. As far as funding goes, again, the federal funding is in place for this year, and it's very likely to be in place for next year. There's state funding through the subventions funding agreement that's being finalized for reimbursement for the non-federal sponsor cost share. There's also Proposition 218 assessment process that is underway, and this is for the new project as well as existing O&M of the facilities. And there are grants that are being pursued to help fill in for other areas. The final piece is having a governance structure to fund, finance, and implement the JPA, and that's why we're here today. So the member agencies have been meeting with the Governance and Finance Committee to develop objectives for JPA. Primarily, it is to fund, finance, and implement a new project, but it's also for the long-term operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, and rehabilitation of the existing facilities and the future. The third objective is floodplain management of the basin in collaboration with the land use agencies. And that's really the key for the county's participation as far as the community benefits for what can happen in the floodplain. So the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency is the name of the new JPA, and it's a 5-member agency. This agreement was successfully negotiated back in November of 2020 by the 5-member agencies who are also on the line. And this flood management agency will act as the local sponsor going forward and really provides that assurance to the state and federal agency for long-term maintenance. It also has the ability for financing and leading implementation. Having one singular focused agency on flood issues will increase, the success of the project. It's easier to work with one agency who can, be a bit more adaptable for changing conditions and making decisions as far as moving this project forward. So with the JPA, there's no financial obligation to the member agencies initially. As I stated, member agency staff will continue to perform the duties that they're performing now. And we will be executing cost share and other agreements. The JPA will be executing cost share and other agreements with state and federal governments to move this forward. They'll have this governing body and indemnify the city of Watsonville. So the powers that are listed in the agreement include acquiring, constructing, managing, operating infrastructure, issuing bonds, entering into contracts, and hiring staff and contractors, and everything else that's necessary for the agency to function. The board composition will be one board member from each of the member agencies. So for Monterey County, District 2 was identified, and for Water Resource Agency, it'll be one member, one supervisor amongst its members. So currently we're in the phase of executing a joint exercise of powers and indemnity agreements. Once those are executed, then the notices can be filed with the state and local agencies. The other 3 member agencies have already authorized both of these agreements. The next step will be that interim JPA staffing by the member agencies, so that support that each of the member agencies will provide, and that will be to allow for the administrative processes to be developed for the JPA and really to advance that Proposition 218 assessment formation so that long-term funding is in place, and any other services that are needed to provide as the transition happens. The long-term staffing plan will be developed, based on the available funding and the member agencies' feedback as far as what would be necessary to, continue to maintain these facilities. And the facilities will be transitioned under separate agreement to the JPA. So at this point, they're still under ownership by Zone 7 and Water Resource Agency, but additional agreements will be in place to transition that responsibility to the JPA. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the in-depth background and information. Do we have any supervisors with questions or comments? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know it's been a long day, but this is a big deal. And I know when I didn't know much about the Power River, frankly. When I initially had my first meeting, was telling these people, get ready with your sandbags and things, and looking at these people who have been through the floods before in 55, 95, 98. Probably the only person who appreciates what they went through as much as they is Supervisor Aleo, who lived near there, I think, during much of that time. But we've been working on this since 1966, all of us, and we worked hard and we made progress with the Army Corps of Engineers that we never were able to do before. We got it through the Army Corps of Engineers, got the letter out. Congressman Panetta has been taking this on full board, got us $1.8 million last year, then got another 22.8 million this year. And you saw, I think most of you saw the letter he wrote to the President Biden about this project. So we got momentum that we've never had before. Every time we've gone back to Washington, D.C., I've done 2 or 3 times. We go as a unit. So we've been working with Santa Cruz County and Watsonville almost as a JPA as we're working towards it. But it makes complete sense to have a JPA where the building and the maintenance is all done together. So I know the state Senator Laird is carrying legislation trying to get more state money coming into it. So we have to have less money drawn on the 218. So it's a real exciting time, an exciting project that's been, we had a little laughter where Jimmy Panetta and I were given his dad who worked on this, and Sam Farr worked on this and got nowhere. And finally, we're getting it done. So it is a pretty remarkable one. And I must say, all the people that we're working with in Santa Cruz and Watsonville have been great people to work with on putting this together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you for your work on this too. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I wanted to just weigh in and agree with Supervisor Phillips. This project is imperative. It's long in the planning, and there's a lot of excitement about movement that has been made in recent years. And I just want to remind everyone that the Pajaro River, it's connected with both San Benito and Santa Clara County. And when there's major storms, it all ends up washing out, going through these urban areas on the both Santa Cruz and North Monterey County side before they wash out into the ocean. And it's only a matter of time with larger storms, with climate change, larger storms that we will see in the coming years. It makes it even more imperative because the risk of flood is even greater than previously. And my hometown, my cousins and my uncle and aunt lived across the river in Pajaro on Cayetano Street, and lived through that. And today, Pajaro continues to be a working class community, primarily of immigrants and farm workers, Latino-owned businesses, and so this is caring for them too. Every time I drive into Watsonville and I look at Pajaro, it's still one of those communities that reminds me still needs more investment, still needs more priority, still needs more beautification and landscapes and bike, the new painted bikes lanes in that community. We're seeing all this excitement happen in terms of and other cities and communities seeing the investment. When I go through Pajaro, it's one of those that I think I like to see a lot more action. I want to vocalize my support with Supervisor Phillips to do even more for Pajaro. It's just one of those communities that has endured so much for too long. And it was heartbreaking to see them endure that flood. And it ended up costing us millions of dollars. Both the county supervisors on Santa Cruz and Monterey County said, I think we paid over $50 million back then in liability because of that breach on the levee. And we have come close in the past. So for the sake of saving lives and protecting these disadvantaged communities, this is something that we should all support and continue to support Supervisor Phillips in his efforts to draw down more federal dollars with Congressmember Panetta to hopefully provide greater protection on the Pajaro River in future years.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Do we have any public comment on this item for anyone who's still with us at 5:30 today? I don't see any hands raised for public comment, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Phillips, did you want to make a motion?
And I'll second. But his mic is still on.
Don't make me do it, John. Come on, John, jump in here.
Oh, geez. It's almost past my bedtime, you know. Move to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
Wonderful. And then I think I heard a second from Supervisor Alejo. Okay, wonderful. So we have a motion and a second. On this item, we do need to vote twice, once as the Board of Supervisors. So we will ask for a roll call vote from our clerk as the Board of Supervisors.
Of the county.
Of the County of Monterey. Thank you. Thank you, Les, for keeping me honest over here.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And
And
for
with
the
that,
record, Chair, for
Yep.
the record, Chair, if there could be a second motion on behalf of the Water Resources Agency.
Okay, very good. We do need a second motion on behalf of the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have the same motion from Supervisor Phillips with a second from Supervisor Alejo. And we will ask for a roll call vote of the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And with that, the motion of both boards carries. Thank you again, Shauna, for joining us and for the presentation today. We appreciate your work on this. Before we adjourn our special joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, we will be adjourning in memory of Clem, three individuals, Clem Albertoni, David Benuelos, and Gaston Joris. Supervisor Lopez, would you like to make some comments about Clem and David?
Sure. So I'll start and just share a few words about David. David was a guy that could always be found behind the bar, but it was always for a cause. David was a bartender who donated his time to Rotary, the Lions Club, and anybody else who needed assistance. Growing up, I met David when I was in Little League, and he was an umpire always on the field, and he had the best banter of anybody. And I was sad to learn about a week after I saw him last that he passed away on Saturday, February 6th. He leaves a huge hole in the group of the community's philanthropy teams, and including 4-H, the local Mustang bench in King City, and Soledad, where he was working there at the high school to help raise funds for high school sports as well. So just wanted to share our condolences with his family. And if appropriate, Madam Chair, I'll continue with Mr. Albertoni. Thank you.
Sorry,
so,
yes, please.
Typically, I'm not a reader, but today a lot of my words about Clem need to be read. I'm sure he had a hand in this. So I'm going to read you just a few choice lines from his obituary. And for those who knew Clem, you know that he was quite the personality. So Clem Albertoni saddled up for his last ride on February 17, 2021. Being born to Swiss immigrant dairy farmers shaped Clem's early years and instilled in him the love of agriculture and the understanding of hard work. Those 35 years as a dairy farmer not only built tenacity, but also broad shoulders and giant hands with fingers that resembled Swiss sausage. The youngest of three with many cousins, little Clem was pampered and spoiled as hell. Clem charmed his way through his years at Gonzales High School, where he learned some of life's most important lessons. As the chant goes, first comes love, then comes marriage, then come Clem and Phyllis with a baby carriage, 4 of them actually, Kathy, Paul, Brian, and John. For his kids, living in the shadow of a legend was not easy, but it was always entertaining. There's no doubt that Clem's legacy will continue with 8 grandkids and 7 great-grandkids, and not an ugly one in the bunch. There's a side note in the obituary here that Clem had not seen an optometrist in 20 years. In true Salinas Valley Swiss fashion, everyone with an I or an O at the end of their name was a cousin to Clem, and he claimed them all. As a 4-H leader, he taught dozens of Soledad Mission kids the skill of turning antlers into art, and had faith that his skill would be passed on to future generations of rural artisans. One would think these youngsters would be wary of this man with a gruff appearance and a booming voice, but kids of all ages loved him and were attracted like flies to a steaming cow pie. Today, the Angels have a new entertainer in their midst, and I'm sure they're rolling in the aisles. Private family services will be held, but as soon as the current cloud passes over us, we will be having one hell of a celebration of life to memorialize this native son of the Salinas Valley. And Madam Chair, for those who don't know, Clem was a poet. He was a cowboy poet, one of the true cowboy poets of the Salinas Valley. And so I'd like to read my favorite poem of Clem's to close out my comments for him today. And that is a poem called The Way I See It. There are many beautiful and great places on this earth. California is one in which Mother Nature gave birth. There are majestic mountains and fertile valleys, crystal clear lakes and winter snow. California is about as far west as you can go. Long ranges of mountains cover the state from north to south and appear to stand in quest, as though a mighty plow had furrowed the land and left it to rest. What wonders and contrasts are held in this mountain-riddled land, to the highest point, Mount Whitney, to the lowest, Death Valley in the sand. The rich, fertile valleys in which agriculture thrives, surely it has a great impact on all of our lives. The Indians were the first natives of this land, and in their culture and ways saw California firsthand. The Padres built the California missions on their long spiritual trek, California, also the home of the famous author, John Steinbeck. Some of the biggest and oldest trees, the giant redwoods, live here, as well as many wild animals, including the mountain lion and the black-tailed deer. Gold was found in the California hills in 1849. People came from thousands of miles for their fortune to find. Towns sprung up all over the place. There came bankers, doctors, storekeepers, and men of grace. Farmers, cattlemen, dairymen came to this land, as well as desperados, builders, and cowboys with a lasso in their hand. This we call the Golden State, in which all the nationalities and races helped to create. This land where wild animals roam and the Indians and Spaniards dwelled. In our hearts and in our minds, this land we have held. Gracing the California flag, once the monarch of the land, is the giant grizzly bear, and perched on top of the flagpole is the mighty golden eagle, king in the air. From the awesome Pacific Ocean to the rugged Sierra Mountain Range, to be a part in the midst of this makes one feel proud but strange. Our cities have wealth of their own in which tourists do flock, taking lightly the earthquakes and their aftershocks. At night to touch the stars I wish I could, but then we have stars in Hollywood. There are elegant places to dine and vineyards producing some of the world's finest wine. There are fields full of vegetables as far as the eye can see, and orchards bearing fruit from every tree. Grazing the land are cattle of every breed, and horses to round them up when they come off to feed. California's parks and recreation are second to none. One can enjoy himself like a colt on the run. California rodeos are some of the nation's best, a sport that relives our heritage from the Old West. We thank the Lord for this rich and fertile land, and our forefathers who gave their blood, sweat, and a steady hand. Let us not forget the men and women who helped make this great state. What they started is now our fate. We have to keep their courage, determination, that optimistic spark lit. As a Californian, that's the way I see it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was beautiful. Thanks for sharing, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a beautiful way to end a very long day. However, we do have one more adjournment in memory. Supervisor Adams, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, I would. And this is to celebrate the life of Gaston Joris. Gaston was a creative, business-minded person. He was kind, and from those who know, he was wonderful to work for. He turned a small family-run business into one of the best destination restaurants in Monterey County, and specifically in Carmel, La Bicyclette. He came from a very impactful family. His brother Walter, also known in the hospitality world, had Casanova, Joris Winery, and many other places. He was a musician who played in a band called the Sandals, and his brother Walter played in that band as well. They did a lot of the songs in the classic documentary surf movie, The Endless Summer. I had the opportunity to see both Gaston and his brother Walter at Hidden Valley Seminars playing the music of the Sandals, and you just could not miss that surf twang, and they didn't miss a beat. He was featured in Edible Monterey Bay in a couple of issues back, but with his death, there's been a real absence in the city of Carmel and the hospitality industry, and for anyone who enjoyed going to get a little bit of France in that lovely restaurant, La Bicyclette. So in his honor, I am happy to adjourn this meeting today.
Thank you, Mary. And thank you, Supervisor Adams. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for such thoughtful and just very moving comments about our adjournment in memory of tonight. With that, we will adjourn, and we will see everyone back again next Tuesday. Thank you for all of our staff who stuck with us as we went past 5 o'clock today. And with that, we'll see you all later.
Good evening.
Thank you. Goodbye.